Where's the new one? All right. Good morning, and welcome to the July 13th, 2024, 9 a.m. budget workshop meeting. We're here at Mercedes City Hall. I call this meeting to order. Next, I'll be establishing a quorum. We have Commissioner Garcia, Cowboy at Large. We have Dr. Ruben Saldana, better known, wants to be called Ruben, and Big Joe, the bicycle guy, man, Commissioner Martinez. So, again, welcome to this meeting. We do have a quorum. We have Commissioner Howell, who is out, and we have our attorney on the internet, or whatever that's called, on Zoom. And so we have a quorum for invocation. Commissioner Martinez, if you wouldn't mind leading us, sir.
Absolutely. Please rise, please. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this glorious morning, Father. Pray, Lord God, for your wisdom, Lord God. Pray that you instill in us courage, Lord God, and leadership, Father God, to make the right decisions today. I ask that you bless each department head, each city employee, Lord God, each citizen, Lord God, each commissioner, all the way to our mayor, Father God. We ask for your blessings today in your name, Lord, and we pray for our friends in the city of Houston, Father God. We pray that you help them, Lord God, through this terrible and tough time, Father. We ask this in the name of Jesus Christ, our Savior. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Joe. That was beautiful. If you wouldn't mind, Commissioner Garcia, leading us in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, gentlemen. Moving on to open forum. Do we have anybody signed up for open forum?
Did y'all sign up for open forum?
No? Okay. Okay, so we're waiting on some
printout.
on some printouts
They're-
on the budget, which is why we're here. So we're just going to recess for a little bit
Well,
until we get that.
We can get started with some of the directors.
Oh, we have
and
presentations?
And they can touch on the whatever new
Okay.
requests that they have that's different from previous years. If they're asking for anything outside of the norm or anything new.
And
Just so they can touch
the
on-
city manager told them no.
No.
Did the city manager say no to everything?
No.
All right. Oh, here we go.
Do we want to start with fire?
I think
Fire chief, you want to talk about the big ticket items on yours?
Don't say you need another fire truck. Just got rid of
Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
one. There you go. There's the smile we need.
Ma'am.
Very challenging morning.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Thank you, sir.
I don't know if you don't mind, Chief, I'm just gonna say a few words real quick to the community, because I don't know how many people we've got watching or not, or how many people are watching in the future. But I think something that this commission has been very forthcoming with is information and education. So I want to make people understand what a budget workshop is and what it's about. This budget workshop is probably the most important process in running the city for the next year, every year. And without this process, you can't identify spending. There's stuff tied to this to this process that people don't just. It's hard to conceptualize, but we require openness to the community by law. We also get audited. We have companies that are the ones that decide whether we can borrow money or use monies or move monies, and they give us a grade. And that grade comes from how we spend our money. The citizens give us a grade every time that we run for reelection. And I'm not saying that as a bid for reelection. I'm telling you all as an education that that's how we get graded on what we do with the monies. So when we put this budget together, what it does, it locks us in for the next year of how we're supposed to spend our money. So that's why there's so much effort in putting together the budget process. And I know a lot of people will call in the middle of the year and they want this or that, or why aren't we fixing this and why aren't we fixing that? Well, the problem is that, not a problem, it's there for a reason, is that we're controlled by this budget that we're passing today. or that we're looking at today, that we're studying today. So that's why this part of the budget process is so important. This is going to dictate what we're going to do for the next year. And there's people watching us. And that's why there's so much effort put into it. And in saying that, I want to commend you, Mr. Perez, for putting us on target to be able to look at the budget in July instead of 2 weeks before it passes.
Right.
It
So
did-
if I may add, part of the process to add to what the mayor's talking about, the first pass, we meet with every director from every department, get their input, that what they're looking for in doing their individual departments, whether it's a program, software, hardware, capital outlay, whatever it is that they're looking for. We go through that first. We then kind of look at, there's always a lot more that's being asked that we can cover with the revenues. So we go through a process of, okay, we start cutting some of the stuff that we can't afford. And we go back to them one more time before we get here and say, can you live with this? Because there were some things that they asked for, if they're super critical to their department, if they're gonna not be able to function like they should, like they're expected, like for example, whether it's fire or PD and they can't respond to emergencies, and I'm cutting them off at the process where they need some vital equipment, well, that's their time to come back and say, well, thank you for considering, but I still need that because. And so that's where we are in the process today. We got their input first, we did some adjustments, we went back to them. This is our third pass. Now we're asking for input from the commission in the process because they have ideas and concepts and we need their input also and their blessing. So that's where we are today. First pass with the commission to consider what's being proposed. It still can be adjusted, added, deleted, changed, modified, however you want to label it, but it's part of a lengthy process to gather input along the way, and we're not operating in a vacuum. It's part of a team approach, and so again, this is our first attempt to talk to the commission or show it to them as to where we are, and it's a starting point, still a starting point. Once we gather the input, we will go back and see what adjustments we can make to further modify and meet the expectations of the community, the commissioners, the department heads, and everybody involved.
Thank you, Albert. And hopefully it wasn't a waste of time, that the people that are listening out there understand the vital importance of this process. Once again, Albert, thank you to you and your staff, chiefs of all the departments, department heads. Thank you all for all your efforts in this. So go ahead, Chief.
Good morning, Mayor, Commission, citizens, and Mercedes. For the record, Javier Campos, Fire Chief. I'll start off with EMS Fund 46. I'll give you a little time to get to that. Fund 46 EMS,
It's in the one we got or something you handed out?
the one that was passed out by Finance.
Oh, do you want us looking at this or do you
Well,
want us?
on the one I get to fire, yes.
Okay,
Not that one.
all right, so we looking in the big packet
The
then.
big package, Fund 46.
And see, these are all labeled, this is 44.
41. On the top, it will have EMS budget summary. Towards the back, it's towards the back of the package.
Yeah, because it's an enterprise fund, right?
Yeah, it's on its own.
Oh, that's the cover sheet. I was wondering where that.
That's what I was looking
46
for, the
was.
cover sheet.
It's a cover sheet, at the very back.
Yeah, but it starts with the actuals and budgeted,
Yes,
proposed and all of that. 144,000. Yeah. Gotcha. All right. We cooking with peanut oil now.
there you go. You get it, Commissioner Martinez?
Yes.
Okay.
Rock and roll.
So budget 46, it's for our EMS operations that we have here at the fire department. This mainly covers all certifications, all type of equipment, supplies, training, anything we need to perform our EMS operations. It covers vehicle maintenance for our ambulances, anything tied to the EMS operations here in the city, that's what it covers. Last year, we were budgeted at, if you look at the bottom, $500,000. This year, you'll see an increase of 682. And the reason why you see that is this year, we're gonna go ahead and re-chassis one of our ambulances. So like, we're gonna bring in some, so on the EMS revenues, we have, in our last meeting, we have to finance over 350,000 that we have in our savings in EMS. So we're gonna tap into that and bring that over into the EMS budget to be able to make that purchase of the recast of the ambulance. So that's one thing that's positive for the city, the citizens. When we put this in place, we knew in a couple years, we'll be able to have that money in the reserves on the EMS side to start making the big ticket item purchases. So that's why you'll see a big increase of 682. So this year, we'll be rechassing one of our ambulances. It's the 2019. I believe it's Medic 2. It's time to start, the back part of the box, we take care of them, but the maintenance part in the front, we're having some issues, and we need to start the rotation and rechassing them because, in 2 years, we need to rechassing another one. So we're gonna start our vehicle replacement program that we do have in place.
So just to be clear, rechassis for the citizens means to buy a new truck, right?
So what
Put
happens
the
is
box on
completely the
top of
box in the back, they're brand new, you've seen them. So we buy the front part, either it's a Chevy, a Ford, or a Dodge, and we get our box and we place it on the new chassis. And the company, reviews the lights, the suspension and that. So, and a positive thing is the Ford chassis that we have right now, it gets brought back to us. So I spoke to our public works director. We might be able to put a flatbed on it and then pass it on to our public works. So it's still a good truck, but we need to start that vehicle replacement plan because if we don't start it, we're gonna fall back, and we need to be strong in the upfront.
So I support, I'm gonna take, go ahead, Commissioner.
Oh, I just, okay, just so I'm clear on it, I didn't know this, but so basically the box portion of it is the actual, medical or ambulance service portion of it, right?
Correct.
And so I didn't know that, so you can actually take that box off, put it on something else, and we can reuse it, so they'll give it back to us.
So it goes back to chassis, so it won't have a bed. So
Replacing the
we'll-
truck
yeah.
and getting one back.
No, and I think we've all seen those type of flatbed trucks where it's pretty much just the front, and then, to your point, we can put a
And-
flatbed, that's pretty cool.
How much does that save us over having to go buy a new unit?
So
We're
I did
basically
quote a brand new ambulance. I think it was close to 300,000. So we're in a positive 140,
And the rechassing is how much?
184.
180.
That's what we're gonna do this year, 184.
A little more than half.
Correct,
We're
yes.
buying a big A truck.
Okay, when I had chassis, I just imagined you were gonna loosen all the bolts and lift everything and
No,
roll
it
the
goes
old thing
through
out.
a 360
But
inspection.
It's a
It-
new
it's a
vehicle
new
is what it
vehicle.
is.
Yeah, they check from front to back. They do a complete inspection.
And I want to make sure we don't miss something here, guys. So this is part of the process that we as a commission decided early on. And part of the fruits of the labor is having people smart enough to do this, is that we start a rollout process. What a lot of people do, they kick the can down the road, and then all of a sudden they got to replace 4 ambulances at one time because they all give out. So by replacing one per year, it makes it easier on the city budget. And it says a lot about
It gives you
your
time to
process.
generate more
That's
revenue.
correct, yeah.
Correct, yeah, you just
Replace
build up
that.
that little bank and
So-
then we're able to buy it into it.
So the other thing I want to pick up on real quick, so 50% of the increase is covered by revenues, right? Or a
The
little
complete
over 50%.
184.
No, the whole 100%
The whole
of it.
184 is gonna be brought from the revenues to.
Oh, okay.
the EMS.
Okay.
Yes,
And this
184.
is the only thing, because
That's the only thing.
you're
So-
going up 600,000, but you said we
no,
had 300
We're
and
going
some.
from
500.
500 to 682.
Oh.
So the 182
The extra 182
Ah.
is
brought
coming out of
into the unit.
My bad.
What I call the calcetina.
I call it
thought I heard you
the
say-
EMS, the
I
EMS.
thought I heard you
yeah.
say we increased to 682
No,
million.
no,
Perfect.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So that's why you see that little jump from 500 to 682. It's because we have to.
All I heard was there's still 150,000 left.
And there is, right?
Oh, there'll still be money available for that. And anytime we use the EMS funds, it gets brought to city council for approval, and you're aware of the purchases
Go
for
ahead,
that.
Commissioner. I'm sorry.
Chief, I'm just curious, how many EMS units do we have at the moment?
We have 4.
4.
4, yes.
Perfect.
We have 4. Yes, sir.
And again, right, Chief, you can support this. Most cities our size would probably stay with the 2. But again, that becomes costly in the long run because if one breaks down, you don't have one in rotation. So they were able to take advantage of the county's offer, and that's why.
Well, Mayor, if I can add to that, you can also look at the fact that our city continues to grow. We have new subdivisions, homes being built. So obviously, we're gonna have to begin to service an even wider area. So it's good for us to stay ahead of the curve, I would
sir.
say.
Yep. Well done, chief.
So on
Go
the
ahead.
EMS budget, that's the only, besides on the top where it says full-time employees, it goes from 101 to 120. That's with that's certification we pay, certification pay we pay for our MTs, advanced for paramedics. So we have seen an increase of paramedics that have either got their education with us or had come to work for the city of Mercedes. So that's why we had to increase that budget so we could be able to pay their certification pay.
And I think the plan, when you and the city manager came to us, was retention. Is it working?
Retention, yeah, we're fully staffed as of now. Yes.
Now, how many full-time firemen do you have?
We have
Fire people?
18 shift, and we have myself, the fire marshal, and an admin assistant. So
Okay,
we have
so-
6 per shift.
All right,
And then-
and so I'm just concentrating on the 18 full-time regular firefighters, right?
Correct.
How many of those are EMS paramedic?
3, 6, 7. We have nine that are on shift, so that's at least 3 per shift
Wow, so you
And then my-
50% of your 50% of
Yes, sir.
your
that are paramedics.
firefighters are paramedics.
Yes,
Oh, full paramedics.
yes.
Oh,
full-time.
awesome, even
And
better.
then we
50%
have,
are full paramedics?
yes, and then we have we have 2 that are one in an online paramedic school and another one that's taking it through a local college. So that's an additional 2 that we could possibly get in the next couple of months. And then we also have 2 intermediates that possibly can actually
Working their way out
transition.
there.
Yes,
So I'm going someplace with this. So at the end of the day, is our incentive-based program large enough to cover if all 18 decide to get done?
So-
Is that our goal, or is your goal to be at 50 or 60%?
so our goal is to make sure we manage the amount of paramedics that we bring in. So we gotta be careful. If we bring in 18 paramedics and you do at $12,000, because that's a certification pay, that's a big chunk. So we
That's
gotta
why
make
I'm
sure that
asking.
we're monitoring how many paramedics that we do bring in. Which we're comfortable now.
At
We're
50%.
comfortable
Okay.
now, to provide the
I
service.
mean, it would be nice if all of them were paramedics, but if you've got at least 1 or 2 per shift, then you're in good shape.
Yeah, we feel comfortable, and we feel comfortable that our advanced CMTs are able to provide the care. Also, just gotta be careful that we're maintaining that positive budget on the revenues that are coming in on the EMS side, so.
And I appreciate that, but I don't agree with it 100%. I don't mind paying a little bit to make sure that because at the end of the day, it's about the safety of the citizens, right? Not that you
Correct.
don't have that in your mind.
Correct.
You're just trying to be fiscally responsible. And what I'm trying to say is if our if it's a requirement, I didn't know it was 12,000. You said it's 12,000 each?
12,000 for certification pay for a
So about
paramedic.
118,000 to do would be left for the rest. Okay, just a question.
So
Thank
I
you.
met with staff on that. Our plan is to get fully staffed paramedic. We would love to be that. And we're trying to see where we could cut down on a lot of these other expenses that we do have on these budget. So could we be able to actually maximize the paramedics on our
I
shift?
love it. Thank you.
One other question is there's, if I understand, there's 3 categories of the EMTs. There's the paramedic, the advanced, I guess, and
Yes,
then the
yes, sir.
Basic.
basic.
It's
So you said
basic.
half of them, that's 9, right? So of the other 9, which are in the middle category? And which
So
are in the-
we have 2 advances, which their stipend is like 3,500, and then the rest are EMTs, which their stipend is just 500. I
It's the
think.
entry level.
It's 500. They get additional 500 just to be an EMT.
Okay.
500 a year?
500 a year, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, chief, on that. What else you got?
So that's the EMS budget. Have any questions, comments?
Well, I have one comment. I was in, and this goes to what the mayor was saying. I was in a county where we had a couple of citizens in the audience that came in to express concern to the county about EMS service in that particular county. They had a granddaughter that was playing on a playground. Somehow or another, she got stuck in the playground equipment. She ripped one of her fingers off of her hand. She was about 7 or 8 years old. They call the ambulance. Ambulance comes out. Ambulance guy says, that's not severe enough to put one of our units out of service because we need to hold it in case we have something more serious comes up. Then we're not going to be able to have anything to respond with because they only had one unit.
Correct.
And so that reinforces what you said about how important it is not only to have the staffing, but the units there. So if we have situations like that, we don't have to tell dad to take his little 8-year-old granddaughter and throw her in the back seat and drive her 100 miles to a hospital because he can't afford to lose that unit for 2 or 3 hours, you know? Terrible story, but I'm really proud of what we have here in this, what y'all have put together, so.
And you'll see on Tuesday's package on the EMS response, we're still, I think we're at out the chute is from dispatch to out the station, we're in 3 minutes, you'll see our bar graph, and then from dispatch to arrival, we're at 6 to 8 minutes, and then in the county, you know, we're at 10 to 14 minutes, which is great, so we're providing that service to our community, so that's good.
And I've made a couple of those calls, and I sit and wait, and it's quick, you know, so appreciate it.
Just for Mayor, it's EMT, it's 625, for advances, it's 3,000, and for paramedics, it's 12,000, sorry about that.
Thank you.
So that's the EMS budget. No other major changes. We have just that capital purchase, which is the ambulance that will be. And I believe if we do pull the trigger in October, I spoke to the vendors, and they're looking about 3 months. Go swap it off, do the inspections, and then we bring it back. So they're ready.
We
They're
won't
ready.
be out of commission because we have 3 others.
And then we have 3 others.
Right.
Yes. So right now I'm focusing on one of our ambulances that needs a little bit more maintenance. So we have it in the shop probably in the past 3 weeks. And they're doing a lot of tweaks for us just to make sure that we have that ambulance ready to go, the third ambulance ready to go when that other ambulance gets shipped out. So
And this is a 2019?
it's a 19. It's one of the first ones that we started off.
Anticipate the next one.
So we're looking at not this budget year, but the next one
years.
in 2 years. Yes.
Good deal.
You wanna touch on additional staff?
So on additional staff for the fire department in general, if you look at this bar graph, so I guess we could switch back to our fund, the fire department budget summary. So this bar graph that I passed out, is just something that we put together just to show. And this is fire and EMS calls that we're responding every month from 2020, 2024. So you'll see that increase of the bar graph. What we're getting to is that the call volumes are there and they're increasing. So we got to make sure that we're ready for not only the amount of the population that we're expecting because of the rooftops that are coming in and the businesses. So what I'm getting to is that we need to start working on our staffing. Okay. As of now, we're able to cover calls, but there's some times where it gets kind of stretched. So we presented to Mr. Pettis that we would like additional 1 per shift, which would put us at 7, and a part-timer to assist the fire marshal on inspections and so forth. And that person also, he's a part-timer, he could assist on shift coverage while he's actually on duty. So you'll see this bar graph, you'll see the increase. And it says it on its own. We're increasing our call volume. So on the one of the biggest increases on the fire department, we're going from 1.5 to 1.937, and that's because of the increase of the manpower that we're requesting. So if you look at the top, we're full-time employees from
1.5 to what? I'm sorry, which-
1.534 to 1.937.
Give me a s-
And if you see the top full-time employees, that's where you'll see the increase.
What's the percentage increase from 2020? So, man, almost 20%. Wow. Is this in fire calls or altogether?
Altogether.
EMS and fire?
EMS and fire.
Baloney. The mayor of Reynosa asked me how many calls we do a month. I said about 60.
Yeah, so we're staying busy. I think we're pulling probably 280
I'm
EMS,
gonna need a
about
graph of
80.
this so I can
Yeah.
send to the mayor to correct myself.
Chief, we've talked a lot about your expenses.
Over in the front part of. Are you looking for this one?
I don't think so. I don't know.
I don't even know what I'm gonna
Well,
ask.
I'm looking for something that goes with my question, but I can't find it in time, so I'll just ask. But we're talking about the budget side, but not the revenue side. Is anything changing on the revenue side that you would anticipate? Because I know it's hard. A lot of it is just projected revenue, how much you all are going to recover from the calls, how much revenue you can generate from
EMS.
EMS. Right. The revenue generation is kind of hard. Is it going to be 50%, 60%, 40%? You know, and then the other revenue source is the county, and I don't guess that revenue is going up any. But
So-
that's the other part of this of the equation is not just what you're projecting to spend, but whether there's any differences in what you're projecting to bring in.
Of course, so we have a couple of revenues in the fire department. First one obviously is EMS, you know, that's always gonna
Right.
be our steady revenue. We have our fire service fees, which is on the water bill, that stays as is. One of the ones that we're working on right now is the county rural fire response, okay? That's when we have an agreement with the county to respond to the rural areas to provide fire coverage. We're usually on 3-year contracts. This is our last year. And the way it works is we respond out there, and depending on the call, we'll invoice them per call.
Okay.
We'll invoice, and we've been averaging 80,000 a year. I think this year we're probably gonna be up there in 120. So what I'm getting to is, Fire Chiefs Association approach to county fire marshal is, you know,
Oh, is that what y'all call it, approach?
you know, so we're trying to make sure
I'm
that.
sure it felt more like an ambush from
No,
them.
I've been to those meetings, man. They freaking gang up on us pretty good.
So we're trying
good
to
for
see
you.
how we can maximize the
Yeah.
revenues there.
Yes.
You know, because the service that we're,
Everything's going
And that was under what program again? I'm sorry.
the
county rule.
the county rural contract.
Okay,
um,
county rule.
It's a perpetual contract, so.
Yeah, so, you know, what they want to do is, and they wanted to go back 5 years, they want to do a 1-year lump sum instead of, you know, average out and we'll just pay
I
1-year
thought
lump
that's what
sum.
we were doing. I thought
No,
we were
it's,
just,
it's
No,
per,
no.
per call, and then per month we get a check and so forth. So they want to make it kind of easier, 1-year lump sum depending on the past 5-year average, and then
easier
go
for
from
who?
there.
Yeah.
We didn't really agree on that because of the amounts we will be getting, so we're back and forth. It could possibly come to, and I talked to Mr. Perez on this, it could possibly come to the negotiation, not from us, and come from city manager and the council to
Okay.
do negotiations with the county. We don't agree on, you know, we're not.
Generally,
where we're
it's
supposed to.
handled at the fire marshal level,
Yep.
but every now and then. So, but we need to be prepared with percentage of cost of fuel, percentage of cost of upkeep, well, all that stuff.
Yeah, we're
not
running,
just-
we're running
yeah.
all data right now, it's personnel, equipment and so forth.
Good.
So we could, on a good year that we're busy, probably about 120, 140,000 that we get a year. But it just goes back and depends on the type of year. So we're trying to make sure that we maximize the revenues for the city to cover the service they're providing the county at the end
Yeah,
of the
the,
day.
the dangers in the, and I'm gonna tell you why I don't support the lump sum. The dangers in the lump sum is they're gonna give you an average cost with maybe a partial amount of increase for the future. The problem is when you're in drought, like right now, we probably won't have as busy a fire season in the winter, but if we do, if we stay in drought and it gets, those rural fires get completely out of hand, they start chewing up our resources.
It's good that you say that because there are some cities that, in San Manuel, they count only on county fire marshals' returns.
That's exactly
So
right.
they might have a busy season and they give a lump sum with the average of a slow season last year, and they get that and they're gonna be short. But we have a lot of bigger cities that don't have a lot of rural calls, that they only make 15, 20,000. So it's a lot easier for them on the management side, so they don't have to have anybody doing reports, just give me that one lump sum. I'm still gonna manage a $10 million budget, so.
And also, and to add to that, so if the chief, for instance, to give you an example, and I know this is all about education, but I think it's important, the more we know, the better, right? So you take a city like Mercedes that has rural area, so therefore we have equipment that fights fires in rural areas. So guess who are the first ones to get called to go to San Manuel and to go to Fasfurias and to go to Stark County and all that stuff? It's gonna be the cities that have that. Anyway, I think the idea is, it sounds like we'll support you
Correct, yes.
on making sure that we don't take advantage of the county because it's our money too. That's our tax money as well. But we need to be fair.
Correct. As far as revenues, that's, I believe that's the only ones that come in on the fire side. I mean, the fire marshal's fees, but I think it's 15,000. That's its inspections and so forth. But I mean, that's what we're budgeting for this year, if I'm not
That's a
mistaken.
good question.
Well, right. And ambulances ain't getting any cheaper. So, you know.
Fire trucks either, you know,
Yeah.
fire trucks and equipment, gear to outfit a firefighter, you know, looking at $5,000 just to head to toe. You know, and not including the air pack, another 3,000 on his back, so.
I'm sure it
it's-
wasn't too long ago, you get the whole ambulance for less money than you're getting the chassis for today.
Correct, yeah. And we just, and we have, and I want to make sure that we put it out there. We have to maintain compliances. So gear that, and you know, compliances of 8 to 10 years. So, you know, we might have old gear that we don't just give gear out. We have to make sure we maintain compliances and standards for our firefighters.
And I'd like to commend the chief because, I mean, one of the things that got cut that I think he needs to touch on, it's something that we're looking forward as far as the department, and that's the facility that you're looking at having next door. You want to touch on that and what the plan is or the idea conceptually?
So if you're familiar with the station, there's the roll-off where Waste Connections has the roll-off bins. It's that open property in the back. Years back, the city, it's
not
city
paved,
property.
right?
It's not paid, but it's city property. So that was given to the fire department. Our plan was to start training there. So we had cleared it out. This was probably 2014, in that 12 to 14. We cleared it out and we started training there. And our plan was to make it a training facility. So we did a couple of live burns, LPG burns there. We had it nice and clean. We had a couple of storms. City went and put Waste Connections in, and we have what we have there. So we really want to approach on a training facility. And I know at the Public Works, that building that we have there, the portable building, that's something that we looked at because now it's vacant. So we want to make sure that we don't just leave it there and it turn into a storage room. So when I talked to Mr. Perez and Mr. Ramirez, is maybe we could get that property back and turn it into a training field, start investing into it. And there's a lot of positive things that could come up. You know, we could make an agreements with STC. And now that we have an actual training facility, you know, we could do agreements and they could provide either equipment, training and so forth, and we go from there. So when I spoke to Mr. Ramirez, we just want to make sure that we approached it the right way. So the right way is obviously, you got to do a proper evaluation, drainage, pavement, and go. So that's our vision for that property. There's a lot of, it would be great for not only Mercedes, but the Mid-Valley. And it will tie into, that we could start actually doing our local fire academies. You know, because we do have with State Representative Martinez, we do have our academy that's ready to go, but you know, we would have to do agreements to go do skills somewhere else in Lightburn. So for future,
of
Oh,
we got to make sure that, you know, I would love to capture that. So
I think it'd be worth doing for sure. I mean, it sounds awesome, and it would really put us in the forefront, right? As far as fire department is concerned, because I think we can all look at different fire departments throughout the valley, and you have firefighters that are from Mercedes or came through Mercedes that are now in those other cities, and it speaks volumes of you know, our fire department in general. So I think it'd be worth absolutely 100% getting behind something like that to eventually get to where you're going.
our plan would be attach it in phases, you know, get it ready for that building, come back and then slowly start putting,
We don't have any money budgeted for that building because it's still premature, I would guess, until there's a place to put it.
Right. Well, we have to level everything and prep it and have it set up in a way that we can support the building station.
And real quick, Chief, you said before the training facility was supposed to take place where the collection station is at? Is that?
no, where the
I'm sorry.
the roll-offs where they do I call it the staging point for Waste Connections. They throw the brush there.
Okay,
Get to
yeah.
the station.
It's right next
Yeah.
to the station.
Yeah.
It's that area. So that was a plan in early 2014, 15.
Yeah.
And it was cleared out, and we have pictures that we did actual live burns with LPGs, and we started going, and it just, I think it was it was a major storm, and then we needed a staging point for our company, and that's where they just turned into that.
We can.
And it's
revert
city
back.
property. It's city
Yeah, we
property.
can move those containers out of there, start clearing it and prepping it. It's their property, it's next to the station, it makes sense.
I think the more you harden a project like that, there's other cities, I don't mention names, east of us that tried to be the other central point of training, and then it falls apart when the chief leaves and that kind of stuff. So, I mean, you sound like Edinburgh did, 30 years ago. So, I mean, you got to start somewhere.
Right.
And if you implement it in that fashion and where it becomes part of the policy of the city, it becomes part of the budget instead of just an idea. I mean, something that'll last a long time. And then you stole the words right out of my mouth about STC. The president keeps, every time I run into him, he's like, "Hey man, what do we want to do in Mercedes?" He wants to do something.
They
here. So-
literally have projects, props that they could just put on the trailer, bring it into car, and you
Yep.
do it. But you just got to do those agreements and have a place for it.
Yep.
and we don't right now. So it'll open up doors for us.
Well, let's start putting this plan in place piece by piece.
Correct.
You know, but I agree with Mira. I mean, I think this is something we should definitely, you know, really consider.
Yep. Well, thank you for that, Chief. What else you got?
So to summarize, you got 3 positions.
3 positions, 1
part-time?
part-timer. I don't see on capital outlay is the
One per shift
The
and
brush
a
truck.
what?
One,
okay.
it was
There's
one
a
per
brush
shift
truck.
and
A
one
brush
with
truck,
the,
yes. Okay, so what's it again?
no, I thought
It's
it was one per shift.
1
and
per shift, so that would put us at 7 total.
7 total.
And then a
you said
part-timer that would fall under the fire marshals.
under the, yeah.
Under the fire marshal, yes.
The marshal asked for a
Yeah.
full-time person. We couldn't support the full-time, so we're looking at a part-time.
You know, it's tough on that one.
a
Our
start.
fire marshal's on call 24/7. If there's a fire, he has,
He's the only one.
either he comes in or we'll get
County.
a county or a mutual aid from Wesco. So we're trying to help them out there and help them out on the inspections also.
You want to talk about the brush truck?
So on the brush truck, we've been trying to make sure that we're ready to purchase a brush truck. I know we talked about it last year. We have 2 brush trucks right now that have taken some beatings. We know we feel that it's time that we make sure we purchase one and be able to respond to our community. So we did a budget a brush truck for the amounts of 183,413, and that's going to be with seal funds, correct? That won't be on this budget, the fire budget. That'll be through seal funds. I don't know if Meredith could.
What we're talking about for 2025.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So you won't see it on the actual fire department budget. So
Separate component, but it belongs to him. This one.
So it's a brush truck. Perfect.
it's a brush
Where's
truck.
that capital outlay sheet?
The sheet,
As it is.
she just passed
Like,
it out separately.
Oh,
I've
she
seen those
passed
at
it.
the
Oh, here it
conferences.
is.
It's the one
It's a
that's fully
skeeter.
equipped.
It's gonna be fully equipped with the lift. It's gonna have pump. It's gonna be, a brush guard. It's gonna have everything ready to go.
Perfect.
And I think, again, sorry, Chief, I always- but I'm a big follower of, of all the departments. So the reason that the brush trucks give out faster is they take the most beating. They're driven the furthest.
Yeah.
And then when they get to where they go, they're the ones that are treated the roughest.
The front end.
So the front end starts giving problems, the transmission,
Yep.
and the last truck that you need breaking down in the middle of a brush fire is a brush truck, because then you got to go rescue the firemen that are in the brush truck. So that's why they're so pertinent.
And that's also another piece of equipment when we get rid of so if we purchase this brush truck, our oldest brush truck, we'll be able to remove the pump, and that would be another piece of equipment that we could, pass over either to Public Works so that'll be another chassis that we'll have available.
Tell me the source of funding, because I'm not, everybody else may know which it is, but you called it a what?
Oh, it's under the
Capital outlay.
capital outlay.
Capital outlay, okay. So that's gonna be a separate, that comes from everything else that we're paying for out of capital outlay.
Yes. Anything over, what's the amount? 50,000 is capital,
5,000.
5,000 is capital outlay.
And
Let's just pay it over time.
when we get called to back up, these mutual aid sort of agreements, if we have them, or if we just get the call and ask to go to Lynn San Manuel and all that, is that just on us, or is there a process for recovering whatever costs we have?
So
in
we
doing that?
bill, if it's within the county, we bill the county for the
Okay.
response. So
Okay.
so we're able to bill the county. If it's in a rural, it's not in their city limits. If it's rural, we bill the county. But if it's in the city limits and a mutual aid's a mutual aid. It's just-
And before
it's a
anybody
ha- a
goes down that
handshake
road,
back in the-
I was about to say that's a bad. We don't want to charge each other, because then it becomes
Right.
because mutual
don't know
aid
what
happens
we're gonna need.
extremely often. Extremely often.
Yep.
It'll be a nightmare just tracking it. And then you're talking about Public Works is involved, the PD's involved, and it just turns into a mess.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. That's all I got.
Another one that you'll see under the capital outlays, right under it, it's the radios for 28,000. That's portable radios.
Are those
to-
replacement radios or for new people?
for replacement? The radios that we have were from the McAllen grant,
Yes.
probably 2010, Mayor, you might remember, 2000, in that area. Those are kind of
And they were all
out the
800.
door. Right now, we're using old police department radios that they pushed out that we're using just to keep us going. But we need to move forward on making those purchases.
I think those radios were all 800
Yep.
and you need to have 800, no?
Yes, yes. That was a McAllen radio grant back in the day. So.
Yeah.
That's all for capital outlay. As far as the fire budget, you won't see much more of an increase. So that's why you'll see the 1.5 to 1.9.
The 600 or the 500 and some thousand and the EMS thing, is that over the course of the last, of the amount of the length we've had the EMS, or is that from last year's
Which one? are you at?
revenues? When you talked about paying for the chassis, you said there was so much
That's over
money
the
in-
past one since we started.
since you started, okay.
I got a question real quick, Carlos. In regards to the increase for the volunteer firefighters, is that because we got more volunteers now? Or?
So I spoke to Lieutenant Hossa, which is our volunteer lieutenant. Yes, it was an increase where he just picked up, 5 individuals, and he's planning to pick up another 5 more. So that's with the increase of the personnel we're gonna have. So we're trying to build our volunteer fire department also on the back end. We're trying to invest into them, into their trucks, their facility, just to make sure that we have that backbone that's able to provide service behind our paid staff. So it's worked and it's helped out.
How,
$1,000 is a lot cheaper than hiring somebody.
I do have one question now that we're kind of somewhat on that topic, and I don't want to jump ahead because, we're not there yet. But do you foresee anytime soon when we'll be discussing a secondary fire station?
I was thinking the same thing.
So I talked to Mr. Perez about that. What we would like is we need to start talking to our county or precinct or the ESD office. I feel that we need to have a substation north of us that has a brush truck and an ambulance, or, maybe not an engine yet, but a brush truck and an ambulance, and start from there. As far as a full station here within our community, I don't think we're ready for that. I think we need something just further north, substation, EMS/brush truck, or however we man it. So, either we approach the ESD, the county, precinct 1 office, but we need to start having those conversations.
Which our heavier growth is headed that way anyway. A lot of the subdivisions are in the north.
Well, let me, and my apologies. Do we have enough room possibly next to our public works in that open field? If we're to construct something like that?
We would, our main thing is make sure we put it in the right place. I believe the right place, and I sat down with our lieutenants, and, we're looking at, if we do, it probably, the best for the city would be on Mile 2 West, north of Mile 9 in that area. So that's able, it's able to divide the response, so if we have this one and the one on Public Works, we're not providing the coverage that we
True,
should.
but at least the one in Public Works will also cover,
North on
you're
491.
talking north on 491, and then you'll go.
But they have
We
a-
go,
but
we
they
go
have
all the way to
direct-
mile 14 and a half.
Because here's the
on
thing, we
Parkway.
got new subdivisions out in that area anyway.
Yeah.
And that growth is gonna continue to head north.
But
So
what-
eventually we'll have to be on that side.
when they do, it has to do with timing, so they'll time from their current station to north.
Yeah.
East, and we don't have coverage to the northwest. So there's a lot of stuff on the northwest, and then they'll also have to do studies. You
So
probably already have the
our
call
fire
studies.
software is capable of providing that study, and it brightens out where your call's at, and it divides it, how your response is and so forth. And that's where it's showing that this
Okay.
would be the right place, Mile 2 West, north of 89, Mile 8.
And if you try to get a grant or if you go to the ESD for funding, they're gonna require that.
So we
So Precinct 1 did a deal. I know you were out there at their grand opening. That was a great program. They got a park out of it, a
Yep.
walking park and a fire department.
I'm
And
Mile
that was
11.
partially through the ESD, right?
Mile 11, yes. That was through their ESD. Our ESD is ESD 2. They're having their EMS struggles right now. We've
Yep,
approached for
yep, they're
funding
still
on the
fighting
fire
back.
side. Yeah, we approached some funding on the fire side, and we get some, but totally 2 different ESDs. So we'll try. We continue trying.
Okay.
What is the ESD? I'm sorry. we're just-
Service district, Emergency Service District, yes.
Like separately.
Yep.
Yep.
Yes.
Any other questions on the fire budget?
That's a good point, Chief, Commissioner.
I'll just throw this wild thing out there, maybe not the fire department, but I was just thinking about, when you started talking about the volunteer fire department, I started thinking about the building over here across the street. I don't know if that has a place you know, I don't know where it all fits, but it's a nice building that might be some kind of long-term. We need, give some thought to how we might utilize that building long-term, either in somehow or another. I don't know. I don't know if it's for the volunteer. I mean, I know the volunteers use it for storage and things like that right now, but I don't know that I would consider that our highest priority right now.
Yeah. So
But
I,
it's
when I,
something to start thinking about and maybe putting some kind of plan together
Like a volunteer station.
for bringing it, you know, using it, finding some beneficial use. It just, because the longer it just sits there, the more it just falls apart. And
we're really trying to maintain those garages downstairs.
Yeah,
I know we're doing a good job, besides some leakage in the roof area. But we're trying to keep, maintain those, I believe, 6 stalls to put our trucks in there
It's
also.
gonna need an infusion of money to get it.
Yeah.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, I took a tour during leadership, and the fire station that Westaco has right there close to
The library.
the library, that's one of their, the same as city or as the old city hall, right?
Correct.
It was a historic building. If I'm not mistaken, they found funding to kind of renovate the whole area, and the fire department now has one of their stations there, right?
They just left that. Now they have that new station, central station downtown by the police department. So
But I'm-
that station's vacant now. I'm not sure what the city of Wesco is gonna
No,
do.
but I'm saying, like, they were able to go out and get funding for it to kind of, because I agree with Commissioner Saldana, like, it's a beautiful building for us to just let it sit there. I
So I
mean,
was at a meeting, at a party, I'm sorry, somewhere, and some engineers came up and told me, hey, man, what did y'all ever do with the fire department? I said, well, nothing, we're looking to do a study. He goes, we already did one.
We have it.
Yeah, so there's been a study for what it needs. I'm sure it's changed a bit because it's been a few years. But there's been a study on it. What happened, money stopped it. And, maybe we're in a better position to look at it now, but, it's,
Well,
I don't think it would be for a fire department.
No,
It wouldn't it wouldn't be
no.
feasible for them.
Yeah, for a full fire, they're too
Yeah,
close to
that's
each
what- that's
other.
what I'm saying.
Yeah, they're
It-
too
it-
close
it-
to each other.
it's related because it's
Yeah.
a fire department.
Yeah.
That may be the use for it, but it may be a good idea to get a group working on it. 2, 3, 4 people that we can charge with dusting it off and reading it and putting some figures together and some ideas on beneficial use and all of that and see what we can do, maybe a bit at a time, maybe, it's too expensive to do it all at once.
Yeah.
We can do it in phases where we shore up the roof and certain structural things first and then work on the inside or whatever.
Yes, sir. Will do.
Just a thought anyway.
What else you got, chief? 'Cause
That's it. That's all I got on the fire side.
it looks
So,
like the police chief is dying to overshadow you.
I feel
somehow.
I
Yeah,
feel
you can-
I feel the
Este
heat.
vato no
the
trae
war, right?
nada.
So
All the money's gone.
that's it.
Yeah, there's no more money, chief. Sorry, man. You got anything else, chief?
That's all I got. I appreciate the support as always. Thank you.
Well done,
Thank
and
you,
well
Chief.
done on
Well
your
done.
emergency management response as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Chief.
Next on the chopping block.
We get fire, PD, we want to get the big departments going, and
All right.
so just, sir, touch on whatever new stuff that you're asking for that hasn't been cut.
Nada. I'm done. Thank you. My name is Chief Sanchez. Thank you very much.
Hey, good morning, Mayor, Commission. We'll start off with, I'll leave,
What number are you, bro? How far down?
I think we're just gonna have,
might be the last.
Page numbers on that.
Yeah, I know. This ain't gonna work. Here we go. Police budget.
How far is it?
About 1/3 of the way down. It's right after planning and budget and
I do have a typo in there, I was informed, so I'll correct that. I'll start out with our overtime, because I know I did ask for a significant increase from our overtime. If you look in the very top, that's the first item that I hit.
I'm sorry, just
Yes,
give me a
sir.
second.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
it's about 10 pages down, 10 or so.
From the beginning?
Yes, from the beginning.
It's the one with the big numbers in it, Joe.
Yeah, there you go. Biggest budget in Mercedes.
Hey, dude, we get reminded at the county all the time, sheriff's office is 50% of the budget, or 60% of the budget.
You find it, sir?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead, chief.
Okay. So I started off with the increasing of overtime because I know that our Lieutenant Diaz did reach out to more grants and for more opportunity for overtime for officers. So given that we signed up for Lone Star is one of them. This past year we had missed out on Border Star for the first time in a long time. It's a different story, but we got it back. So we have Stone Garden, Border Star, Lone
Say it,
Star.
chief. Put it out there so they know it wasn't
Yeah,
your
poor
fault.
management. To be honest with you, we missed out on Border Star for the first time in a long time. Actually, that never happened before. So our officers missed out on that opportunity of overtime. So now that we're gonna have up to 4 grants from Click It a Ticket, they just need more money to overtime to cover that expense. Given that we have a total of 18 officers to sometimes even 20 on the road. So I did
Oh,
ask.
We're back on
for-
board with it, correct?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Thanks to the
So
chief.
yes, it got on board,
And the city manager.
Una maravilla.
and the city and the city manager and good leadership and good management this time, and yeah, so that's back on board. So I did ask for that significant increase on that overtime. So that's why you see that jump there.
Now, I mean, before you go forward,
Yes, sir.
I think it's worth mentioning, the chief has introduced a new working schedule that has enabled him to cover more and not have to ask for more overtime, despite what he's asking for here. You want to
Yeah.
talk about your schedule, sir?
Yeah, so the schedule we have, we've given officers a 12-hour schedule, so that essentially gives them 4 days off. It's 12 hours. They still get to within those 12 hours. They should be able to cover everything from report writing. I felt that the 8 hours for the amount of incoming traffic that we're having from little accidents, crashes, and thefts at the outlet mall, and a little bit of everything, getting them to finish all those reports within the 8 hours was maybe a little bit challenging, and still having to do other things. So we transitioned to a new schedule. It's a 12-hour working schedule. 12-hour schedule, but that gives them 4 days off. And the way that the days go down in the schedule, it gives them 4 days off. That everybody we've surveyed and the staff loves it. We haven't had a huge turnover rate in a long time, ever since that schedule came to play. But that also saves on someone on the overtime and some comp time, because they essentially have more days off. What we started noticing is as soon as one of the grants open is that they still feel good enough to come in and their mind is refreshed and say, out of the 4 days, if I come to work in 1 day of overtime, I still have 3 days off with my family. So they like it. They love it.
So kudos to the chief, because, I mean, he's not just asking for more. He looked at a creative way to take advantage of the hours that they're putting in and making sure reporting is being done and that they get the time off with their families also.
So in my other job, CM, my paying job, we were looking at task forces for auto theft. And in looking at that, we saw the reports on the Rio Grande Valley as far as crime is concerned. And now I get a better picture of how, when a city does things, which was done way before our time, right, the mall, you don't realize that a city like McAllen can absorb a mall easily with its police department, because they're already policing 100 and some thousand people.
Right.
But when you have an influx like we do of 40, 50,000 people a week, or 100,000, whatever it is that the mall brings in, well, your thefts and your burglary of vehicles and stuff go up. So it makes Mercedes look like it has a lot of crime, because it has an infusion of 100,000 people and their vehicles and whatever comes with it. So I know that you and I have discussed this multiple times, and I think this is going to be the case citywide. It's probably going to be the same thing with Public Works, same thing with the library. I mean, wherever we grow, we
No,
have
for
to
sure.
grow with it. But I want to make sure that everybody, that the citizens, that the commission, that everybody's aware of the fact that we may be a population of 19,000, arguably 20, but technically we become a populace of 40, 50,000 in 1 day, that our police officers, the numbers don't match that.
So, and
So-
you have a very
Yeah.
good point, Mayor, because when you look at the stats, they look at the number of the population.
Yep.
They're counting the number of crime against the population.
Right.
They're not counting the infusion of the visitors. They're counting that you have 18 or 19,000 residents, and you had all these incidents. Well, those incidents, a lot of them being triggered or generated by the visitors that are not living here. And so that is against us. It's a good thing we have the visitors, but when it looks at crime, the crime rate percentage looks off, you know, because it's a small city.
And,
So when
and
you
given
look
that
at
the
the
12-hour
income-
schedules, I'm
What's
sorry,
that?
Mayor.
No,
I'm
go
sorry.
ahead, go ahead.
Given that the 12-hour schedules, we just have 2 shifts. So essentially, you have more on the road.
That's correct.
Rather than having to break into 3s and only having a small percentage of officers and getting rotated. And then while they're still report writing, so now we just divide the whole department into 2, just the day and the night.
And I think the significant is that now, because we had to change shifts in CID in order to get them to go work Stone Garden, because if they only have 2 days off,
Yeah.
they're eating up one day with their family, causing problems at home, on and on and on. So that's good. That's kudos all the way around. Because I think you're going to have more people to earn the comp time or the overtime.
Yes, sir.
Can I ask a question there?
Yes,
Just a second,
absolutely.
jump in. As far as the resource officers for the schools, is that through you guys or is that the school that handles?
Yeah,
that?
it's still through us, but they fully
Reimburse.
reimburse the positions.
So, as far as staffing is concerned, how many officers do we have right now on staff?
So uniform patrol officers, you have 18. The whole department is 43.
Yeah, uniform, like patrol.
Yeah,
officers.
18.
18. That's including the resource officers?
No, that's I have 5 resource officers separate from the 18.
Okay. Now, and I'm just curious because, and this is where I'm going with it, Frank. When I was in Austin, I was reading an article that they did a study because I know now the law is that each elementary school has to have a resource officer
Right.
there, right? And they did a study that was done that said that a lot of schools across Texas did not have a resource officer there
Right.
at the school, right? And this is in response to what happened in Valde. I just want to make sure, do we have proper amount of officers to cover not just patrol, but also during the school year to be at those elementary schools as required under the state law?
So I did have a conversation in the past with the school district regarding there was 2 proposals in there. One proposal was we can either give us the positions to hire I have to do the pitch over there first because they have to be prepared for that to reimburse everything on this side.
For sure.
So my conversation with them first was, do y'all want to cover the entire elementaries, MECA, anything, every school with a resource officer first? But I think they outsource into a security company, which is fine. But then my second pitch was you still need law enforcement there. So if you want to continue with your 5 EROs, kind of let me know. So they did. So, but first I have to get with the school district for them to be in compliance by saying you either need a level 3 officer, right? Or a peace officer at every campus.
Okay.
Yeah. So they decided to go with the security company. So respectfully, I had to,
But
that's fine. I
and,
accept
and
that.
and the law will allow that to happen.
So yes, it allows them, and whatever it is that they're still struggling to cover, they have to send a letter to Austin and all this stuff to their headquarters and ask for like a forgiveness for about a year or something like that. Yeah.
Okay.
for them to give
And
some-
and forgive me, man. When I read the article, it was something that I was kind of concerned about for our own kids and schools here. I know that our guys are on it, and I've seen them out there when I'm dropping my kids off. So I know you guys are on. the
No,
job,
it's
so.
good. It's just that that's why we do have a proposed, but I'll let senior manager or maybe HR hit on that because the school is its own animal in itself.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of budgeting that goes within and the supervising of children. And I mean, it's a lot. So we do have a substation there, just for the record. We do have a substation. They have our system in there in the high school and they have everything to go in case they need to process something. Yeah.
And now, do you have any training in here? And some of the trainings that you've done at the schools, is that part of anything that you budgeted here today or anything like that?
Yes. So we can go on to any questions regarding this or in the same topic or
No,
you
no,
wanna jump?
just-
Okay. So yeah, I did. We increased the training and travel. If you see it from there was almost doubled because a lot of that comes with a lot of the trainings that we're doing. I think it speaks for itself, but we are doing a lot of emergency management training. I do want to get our staff in a lot of leadership and a lot of active response training. Part of the active response training, we started off recently with DPS at the stock show. But there's a lot more training that comes with that. I'll give you an example. Each SWAT training now, it's costing you about $700 to $800 depending on where you go. And then on top of that, you got to issue out like 500 plus rounds of ammunition to train. Not that we have a SWAT team, but you do want our guys to get the feeling of that type of elite training so that when you're on patrol, you can respond to a school and get to know on how to clear and what, you know what I mean? Things like that. The state does mandate now that we take alert training. We need at least 16 hours of alert training. Although that is free, though, the challenge here is that it's not always offered within the same time frame in the valley. You have to leave to Corpus, San Antonio, somewhere to go do it. So we have to get that cost up también.
Does that training also include officers handling situations where maybe the person that they're responding to has a mental health issue, something like that, or maybe is unable to communicate with the officer due to an illness or what have you?
Oh yeah, because that's a big topic in our agency. Believe it or not, we do run stats on our mental illness calls for service per se,
Yeah.
on how much people get sectioned. But I started something new with our ERO, our main ERO, which is Boca Negra at the school district, was where I meet with him every other week, and I want to know who got sectioned at the school because I think that's important. And how we transition that, and I know I'm going a little bit off topic, but how we forward that information for if Johnny is in 8th grade and he gets sectioned, right, for mental illness, how do we know when he goes to the high school, how does the high school counselors and the personnel know how many times he was sectioned in the middle school? You get me?
Yeah.
And it all takes training, so that's what we want to train them for.
Yeah.
Have effective training to see how many people we section, things like that throughout the.
Because I know that that's becoming a big issue as far as responses are concerned. So I was just curious if that's something that's part of the training as well.
Oh yes, that's for sure.
Thank you, Chief.
And again, I'll go through the training and travel. I know there's a significant increase because trainings, and I think maybe Mayor, being a law enforcement, can relate that the trainings now have gone up in price ridiculously. I think the cheapest training we found was like $300. I think like to stay real. And it had to do with like some type of use of force, but everything else right now, your trainings are going up in price a lot. Hotels going up in price for everything. And then what's happening now is that we've tried already signing up personnel for the training, and I'm getting to notice that they're canceling a lot of them because they don't meet demand from other agencies. At least we've gotten those emails, so I've had to come back and find them somewhere else, and we've had to go to Austin, San Antonio, Corpus to go to some of these trainings.
Are you talking about, Chief?
Some of them are like special, like CID, some special interrogation.
Those are the ones you're
Use
having
of
bigger
force. Yeah,
problems
like I just signed up an officer to be a use of force instructor here. I think it's needed now that we have our training facility. I got the school district to give us some mats, and they're wanting to provide mats and stuff like that. And I wanted a use of force instructor here in the agency to go by our policy, what our policy says. But that training got canceled too.
like Kamagra, one of those? Or
Yeah, type like that. And I know that was canceled, things like that. So sometimes it's not just so much that we want to go out; it's just that it gets canceled here locally because others don't get signed up for it. So.
Well, you can get Mariana to help you all out with that one. Stick that there.
So, you can send an email to
Yeah.
the instructor, to the director at the sheriff's office,
Mhm.
and ask if we've thought about bringing something like that down, and you could do a regional concept where you can ask us to house it for you at the sheriff's office, but you do the inviting.
Yeah.
That's another way that, if you can get the other chiefs, your coalition that you have of small city chiefs, that's a real good one too. And tell them if they're interested in putting 2 or 3 together, and then maybe we can help out with some regional training
Yeah.
where you'll all become the ones, the magnet for the people coming in. So,
And part of this also is I know I had to invest some money. But again, I think right now with the way our supervisors are with our staff, I think it's working great. And part of it has to do with the amount of leadership trainings that we give them. My goal was when I was appointed as chief, I know the city manager had touched base on this, and I think with you all too, had to do with getting recognized as having an agency recognized for FBI trilogy. We're one lieutenant away Lieutenant Diaz, by the way, finished his last week or 2 weeks ago. He went to Victoria. He completed his. I'll forward that information. So we're one lieutenant away from having command staff and then some of the sergeant. So when we do that, they want to come down and present before city council and recognize the agency as credited for FBI leadership. Each of those trainings are like $700-800 each of those. So it's expensive, but I think you're getting a good result in the PD as to how our staff, how our supervisors treat the patrolmen and have the understanding of
Retention, it
schedules
pays
and stuff.
for-
Yeah.
It pays for it. If your
It
retention
does pay for
goes
it.
down, it benefits you in the long run financially.
Yes, sir.
Chief,
Yes, sir.
one last thing. And I hope I'm not jumping ahead here, but for community functions, you kind of just budgeted $200 extra. Is that gonna be enough, or do you think we need more outreach? Is that something that would help with some of, I don't know. I'm just trying to make sure we've covered the training and the overtime and so forth, and I just
Hold on,
want to
give me a
make
second.
sure that outreach was a part of the budget, if you felt that was.
Yeah, it is because well, we did a large purchase this time around. Because we have what I feel like I have is I inventoried some of the stuff that we have. We have things ready to go. It's not so much that we don't have things and we don't need stuff. It's the personnel, the person I got to find or to assign to attend a lot of these events.
Yeah.
It's not so much the stuff that I'm giving away. It's
No,
the
no,
person.
and I want to make something clear to the public and to the commission as well, is that I've seen your officers out there at the Easter egg hunt. They were there at
Right.
the fishing and stuff like that. And I think that that's a really positive thing because, you have the kids and I see them interact with the officers interacting with citizens. And I think that that's a perfect thing because a lot of the crimes that happen in our city, we depend on our public informing us of those things. And so if they have trust in you guys,
Yes, sir.
they're more prone to call you. So good job, man.
Yes, sir.
Chief, you wanna, just like we touched with the fire, there was a discussion we had with the chief about us being centrally located and eventually planning on a shooting range
Yes.
for us to host maybe folks that, especially if we ended up with an outdoor starters and then turned it into a enclosed shooting range, then you can entertain other entities coming centrally to the valley,
Yeah.
and take advantage of the shooting ranges possibilities, especially if it's enclosed, you can deal with all weather situations.
I did touch with him on that only also because I have gotten calls before asking if we do, and these are other agencies from the federal government and the state sometimes. And I'm like, no, I don't. But I guess they asked because we're Mid Valley Point too, and the conversation between me and them have worked. Like, man, it'd be cool because sometimes Cameron needs it, or sometimes headquarters on this side need it, and we're so centralized. And I had touched with the city manager on that about possibly giving it in a shooting range here.
Maybe we should. I mean,
training,
in regards to the fire department and now you guys, us being in the center, I mean, we should. We're the center point.
Federal agencies will pitch in if you give them a certain amount of access, like
Right.
a
Right.
certain amount per
Do
day.
you have a
Any
location, or
hotels
is
for
this
this
just
thing?
all idea at this point?
So we don't have a specific location now. There's opportunities for the properties we have that we can look at something being open door style for starters, but I think we need to invest in a property that is designated just for that.
With that, even touching the subject of the shooting range, our ammunition, I think we did a little increase there too. Because going over through our policy, it does indicate that night shooting is involved in our policy. And I had gone back again to the previous chief about how we have to go through some of these trainings too in-house. You have to do it. It's in our policy. It wasn't done before, so I do need a little bit more ammo on that. We did purchase 15 new rifles last year, I think, or almost. Yeah, I think last year. So we did need to enhance our ammunition for more training, for sure.
So that's why there's a decrease in police equipment because you've already kind of made those.
Yeah, some of these
purchases prior.
purchases have already been made. Again, this is to also sustain it during the time. Mayor, I think when you stepped up, we were talking about how we've sent some officers to some tactical trainings. And so the goal is to still have some officers go to some type of tactical patrol, some SWAT, and only because it gives the patrolman a different mindset. It's not about creating the SWAT team. It's just you do want a trained police officer to go into a school like we were touching earlier. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think they require like 500 plus rounds when you go to SWAT school. I mean, it's a huge chunk. And then I still have to get everybody qualified throughout the year, from your bailiff to your CID, everybody in hand. So, yeah, and we want to obviously double the amount of training in the year.
Chief, does your budget get us, get your department positioned for the jail operations and
Yes.
fully functioning
Yeah.
with all of that? Okay.
Yeah,
Okay, 'cause I know that was something we talked about.
Yeah, no, the jail, I think it's pretty much a go. One little minor detail here, but I
Right.
think,
And you mentioned that at the last meeting, that you were holding off on some things until the first of the year, but
yeah,
this will get you.
we
good to
just
go.
want a 100%, that way it feels, that it's good. That's why I had done on that last amendment on the contract, just to give me a little bit more days, just for that purpose. But, yeah.
And the jail is really important. What happens with those things is, honestly, there's really little to no oversight on the state. But one lawsuit, if we're not keeping an eye
Yeah.
on the people, will cost us the budget of the whole department, so.
So we'll have to really be.
Like in our case, at sheriff's office, we're tightly monitored by jail standards. Cities are not. So it's real
Yeah, it's-
important
it's
that
a
they
little
they take care of themselves,
And we're not in a hurry moving with the
Yeah.
jail because we were still
not
dealing,
costing us a lot.
we were dealing with some structure, building stuff that was left over from the fixing of the
Yeah.
building itself.
Right.
It just got fixed this week, as far as I was talking to the folks yesterday that did the warranty. We had some moisture in there coming in from the system, and there was a little sensor that was not done right. And it was starting to create some mold in there. So that's been fixed and it's been cleaned up. So we're still dealing with some final issues there that they're not major, but we needed to make sure they're cleared up.
Chief,
Yes, sir.
I know that there's no increase in staffing, right? Other than the change of
it's
schedule.
good-
Not that you
yeah,
haven't
it's-
done something, I'm talking about.
Yes, there's no
numbers-wise.
change. Also, because I know that there was still some positions there from last time. They're still they're still
There's
there.
still openings.
Yeah, they're still there. So that we just, if we need to assign them somewhere to do something, those are the ones we're gonna use.
And those openings are for your patrol officers or for your
Yeah, at
staff?
patrol, I have well right now in total I have 5 openings.
Everything creates an opening in patrol, no matter
Yeah.
what. If you hire.
Yeah,
somebody
everything's in a
CID,
Yeah, because
It goes
'cause
up,
you
it
had
goes up.
17, right? in
Yes,
total?
18.
So while we're talking about that, his challenge, obviously, like everyone else in other cities, sheriff's office also was not, left out of the formula.
Yeah.
People are being recruited for higher pay. The school district.
The schools are taking a lot of
Yeah, they took a
people
lot
here.
of officers.
South Texas
Is
ISD
Dee's
just
about to
got a
take
brand
some.
new chief and they're about to start a PD, so you're gonna have a mass exodus.
Now, with that in mind, there is a raise proposed for the citywide. It would put him in a two-step approach. It would put him halfway where he would like to be, and we're talking about competing with our neighbor city, which is larger. So he will be halfway there, and hopefully next year we'll come back around, and we'll be right there, elbow to elbow with them as far as what the city next door to us is paying compared to our officers here.
So the increased budget request you have does not include new positions. That's just added compensation for the people we already have, paying them a
Correct.
little better.
Yes, sir.
Good.
Correct.
So the reason I was asking, well, go ahead, John.
No, I was going to say, how we doing with our fleet, by the way?
Well,
Are
the
we
fleet is-
good? We're
it's good. We did put some units to rest, just depending on what unit is getting used more than others. So we're trying to transition them a little bit, moving them around, moving the personnel. Sometimes there's one patrolman that can, give me the more miles than the other guy. So sometimes we have to put that guy and move him somewhere else and things like that. So, yeah, but our fleet is great. It's been working pretty good. I don't have a fleet issue. I think if anything, I have a lot, and people are complaining about our parking. Because there's a lot of cars that are parked there. There's a lot of units. I mean, a long time you hadn't seen that. So, and our
And-
fleet, I think we're good.
And I think that's what we were discussing the last time when we were visiting the jail, was a location where obviously your officers can park their personal cars, but we can have the additional, vehicles that are not being used parked somewhere.
I moved the
That's
cars
that's
from the.
secured, by the way.
So it's a double-edged sword almost as to where we park, because at first I had units park in the back. And I think it became an issue because a lot of people use that parking lot, including staff, personnel, and everybody. Then I moved them to the side right now where they're at. I did that because I actually got phone calls where they didn't know if we were open or not because you couldn't see a unit in the front or on the side, so they felt like the PD was still closed. So I said, put some police cars so people can see that it's open already. So after I did that, people started showing up to the front lobby a lot. So now we're there in the side, and then I keep some in the back.
So, Mr. Perez, in conjunction to what we're discussing here, obviously we're growing as a staff here in the city. Has parking become an issue for us overall?
Yes.
It's an issue.
So I was gonna ask a question along those lines, if you don't mind.
No, please, Mayor.
So these are questions. The parking lot that we use here for the Fandango,
Yes, sir.
Who does that belong
Little
to?
Nashville?
yes, whose parking lot is that?
My understanding is it's cities. Okay.
So,
We shared with Vida.
so,
But
but
our
it's,
like planning parks there. Some of the utility guys park there.
that's the reason I was asking, because I see those vehicles there, and I also, so my first thing, when I first thought of the parking issue, like Commissioner Martinez did, was that we just build a new one. Sometimes it's best that you look at what you have, right?
Yeah.
Right.
I know that there's an old building we're using for storage back here. There's a big old tree there. I don't like cutting down trees, but sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do, right? Or maybe we can expand this parking over here. Instead of finding land to build more parking, let's say your officers want their car protected. Well, it may be better that we just invest, fix this parking right, mark it up the way it's supposed to be, do an overlay. Maybe the county can help us invest in cameras, security cameras
Right.
in both parking lots.
And lighting.
So that and lighting,
And
so
lighting,
that
yes.
our city staff or our dispatcher or whoever, our jailers can add those cameras to their system. And we can use AI for them. It's a big thing now that if there's motion detected, they can then look at, instead of looking at the camera 100% of the time, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think that would be a lot cheaper than looking for land, building it out and all that stuff. And it'll still be a nice venue to have functions there, because I know that the parking lot it's got holes in it, and the rocks are coming apart. And I think the officers and everybody at nighttime, because I think that's the time you're most in danger of something happening at nighttime. Well, they'll feel comfortable parking over here because there's protection there. I don't know what something like that would cost as opposed to finding parking. I know the city, even when we come to meetings, sometimes people don't see that as parking because it's just doesn't look good. There's no signage. It looks like crap.
It's dark.
It's not well lit. Nobody wants to walk through there. So this place will get piled up with cars for a simple city meeting that's not even highly attended. So, again.
Yeah, and I need
sins
to
of
put
the-
some
sins of
type
our
of
fathers. This
signage.
is not our problem, right? Like,
Yeah.
it's not something that we created, but it's something that we probably have to fix. So I would say that this would be a good project to look at the existing parking in the area, how we can reposition it, right? Maybe knock a few things down, and see how many more parking spots we can increase to, and add a security feature like the commissioner says of lighting and of cameras that detect motion for nighttime. And during the day, I think it would be a nice place to park, and then include signage that said,
And
city
Mayor,
parking.
unfortunately, we've had a few businesses around there that have been messed with, So I think having the police presence there and some of the units or whatever, or people just around the area would keep people from even trying it,
Yeah, for sure.
FYI, the bulk of that parking lot belongs to Family Dollar.
Family Dollar. Yeah.
They own part of it, we own some
Most of it, I'd say
They
about
most of it?
3/4 of it.
the
We
back
got one little corner on this, whatever, northeast side corner.
So maybe
but-
we can sign.
But that
sign
whole
up with
L
it.
shape, on the back side, coming all the way this way is all Family Dollar, and then we've got one little corner.
Wow.
So we could probably talk to Family Dollar about sharing, if we fix it, we use so much of it, type
Yeah.
of thing.
Right.
They probably don't even
And so,
know.
so my finishing thought on that, Chief, is the reason I was asking you about manpower, parking, cars, I was following up with what they're saying. Is I've just seen a real increase, and it's not only in Mercedes, I know, with these racers right downtown. People with illegal vehicles driving around, and I know that the officers have been pushed to be patrolling in the burglary area, and you can only cover so many holes in the dam, right? But I think maybe a grant along the lines of speeders and stuff like that, or maybe assigning people to be traffic, traffic officers. I don't know that you have the manpower within the 5 open slots.
They just impounded one little UTV during the rain.
Say what?
Because they love coming out during the rain, so they just impounded one of them.
They did good.
Yeah, they just impounded one. It was a father and a little kid, and yeah, but they were driving around in the actual Business 83 area up and down, so they put them over. They impounded it.
And then there's
so-
like, I mean, I can almost picture each one of them. There's like 5 or 6
Yeah.
of them that are there, and now there's trucks. At first it was the Charger, the Mustang, the ones I've sent you pictures of.
Yeah.
And now there's big trucks that are lowered, and they're, this morning when I was leaving, I'm sorry, yesterday when I was leaving to work, he must have been doing 45, 50
Is that
miles
the
an
white
hour.
truck?
It's a red one, lowrider red one, but I
I
know
got
which
a white
you're-
one too,
I
yeah.
know which one you're talking about, the white one. So they're all over the place, and you can hear them all. I mean, anytime you can hear them racing. Yeah, they're
And you know what, Mayor, that to me is what's brought on a bit of requests for speed bumps is in fact due to the speeders, obviously, right? But I mean, if there's a way to combat that with more patrol, that'd be great.
and I know we're gonna get equal amount of complaints because we're gonna give tickets to locals.
Yeah.
But you know what I'm saying. But at the end of the day, man, if
Well, look,
I
if
mean,
you're
if
going,
somebody's doing 32 and a
Exactly.
30, I got no problems with that. I mean,
Yeah.
hey, slow down, whatever. But man, when they're at a stop sign hitting 50, 55 miles an hour halfway down,
Residential. I mean, the only thing you need is a kid to cross to get the ball or something, and
but you know what,
have an
Mayor,
accident.
I agree with you 1,000%. Look, if we get calls for complaints, but you know darn well that you're going, 50 miles an hour in a residential area with 15 miles an hour is a speed limit. Come on, man. Yeah. I mean, you have to understand that it's nothing personal. It's just, better than that. I mean, because to your point, kids will shoot out of there and you hit a kid and then what, So we,
I just want to be clear. It's not about beating you up, Chief. We put pressure on you on burglary and theft, and you guys have done a pretty good job.
Yeah.
Okay. But just like anything else, you paint your house, and all of a sudden, hey, what about the trim, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So y'all are doing a good job with that. But this is obviously what I'm saying, and I'm not speaking
Yes.
for the whole commission, but it sounds like we're all in agreement. If it's something we need to help with, that you and Albert can start meeting and coming up with a game plan of either increasing or creating within what you have
Yeah.
the ability to take care of some of this traffic.
For sure.
Whatever we can do to help.
And maybe Chief through, I know we've started, but haven't quite developed it as much as you want, is the community, the neighborhood watch
Yes.
thing, and that, eyes and ears out there in the community, just like the ones that come down my street. And I followed that kid all the way to a soccer game at the high school, and
Right.
and he was going at least 60, 70 miles an hour down Capisayo, and he hit those speed bumps going 50 miles an hour. He didn't care. And he blew through the stop sign on 17th
Yeah.
Street, blew through the stop sign on Florida, and I guess he was late to a soccer game.
Yeah.
But that's where
And I think that was previous- I think that was previous to schedule change.
With
That was
that.
previous to the schedule change, which is that's why that 12-hour works, because
Gonna have more people
you
out.
have more and then you divide them. And I think I want to vouch for my own personnel, but I've seen them a lot more in town
I have too.
than anything else before, because I divide them from the north to the south, and then you have double amount of staff here.
Sure.
What was happening then, I think when you called that one in, is it's kind of like, hey, I need an officer over here. Well, if the supervisor is not giving sector properly, whatever, then you have a guy coming from almost 2 West area,
Right,
1015,
right,
doing
right.
a turnaround and having him go all the way to the high school to try to catch somebody.
Right.
What's wrong with that is that some patrolmen, when they're fairly new, they're gonna rush all the way over there, run lights, and or hurt themselves. So we want to deviate from all that.
Yeah.
From
No, the quadrant works. Good
Yeah.
job on that. Albert he called me excited about your plan. I think it's a great plan. I think your numbers are going to increase. We definitely need to see how that works out. Obviously, and kudos to Albert working on, because most of the time raises are not something that you easily
Right.
do. So I think the fact that he's finding space is good. I think you're just hearing some frustration with some of the stuff we hear.
Yeah, no,
It's not an indictment on your people. Obviously, the quadrant is going to mean a lot, and the more officers are going to mean a lot. I think what we're all trying to say here is, if pressure does come because
Yeah, yeah.
of the enforcement, we're supporting
Exactly.
you on it.
thank you.
And I want one last plug for the city-school relationship that
Yeah.
we have, and Bocanegra does, I mean, he does, and there's others too, so I don't want to.
Yeah, I don't get called anymore.
But,
Now they go
but he
straight to
does he
Bocanegra.
does a great job, and I think that's a good,
Chief's gonna get mad, bro, because
Ole.
they call Bocanegra Chief now.
I don't get. I don't, yeah, they call him for everything now. Anything regarding the school district, they call him. I'm like, I didn't know about this, and Alex like, well, because they called me sir.
that's so,
Okay. I mean, he's so wrong with it.
it's,
But he does a lot, and I've told him because
Yeah.
he goes to almost every field trip with them. He goes everywhere. I mean,
his,
they
his
treat him
heart
like
is in it. His
Yeah.
heart is in it, and you can tell.
he's very
and,
in it.
And I, you know, the kids, the students respond to him very well. The administrators and
now.
faculty and all
I'll say
that.
this. I don't have, so hopefully I can say this because I don't have the data in front of me to show.
Right.
But I do have. I did a recognition for him not too long ago regarding the school because somehow I kind of just let him go. I said, do what you have to do, and he came up with some ideas. And crime was reduced up to 60%. We only actually took 2 kids under custody this school year,
Wow.
compared to the 20 plus last year and the year before that. This year he only did 2 that were needed. Everything there, it was a lot of counseling, a lot of conversation with parents, a lot of one-on-ones between him
Wow.
and the parents. So
Good job.
it really helped a lot. It helped.
Awesome. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief.
Anything else?
So anything sticking out big here? Everything's doable? Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All of them, so that.
Well, he got a brand new building. He doesn't.
Still paying for that.
His request.
Good year to take a pass.
Yeah, I was about to say, good year to say, I got everything I need, sir.
Do we want to jump to IT? You want to kind of just
Oh,
highlight?
hang on. I'm sorry, brother. Did I miss, on animal control?
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, man. That's real big.
Happy pause.
Yeah.
Hey, well, there you go. You know,
I
take
really-
the chassis and
Yeah, whoever idea it was on the, put the animals on Facebook to see if they belong to people, because it's not about getting rid of animals, it's about people caring for them correctly.
Yeah, no, that's actually one of them came into the office one day, and me, Macias, and Diaz were there. He came in with a little puppy, and he says, "Sir, and I gave it to somebody to put it on Facebook." Sometimes they give it to Marisol. I'm like, "Yeah, go talk to Marisol because she posts a lot of these things." And now they're over there all the time. They're forwarding everything over to Marisol, and they show the puppy first to everybody and
The
everything.
little
So,
puppy reading a book.
so they put it out there. So right now there isn't a lot of change on the animal control budget. We see, I mean, it's pretty much kind of the same. We still have the 2. We did trying to split them every now and then to different schedule changes because I know there's just as much as demand on the weekends as there is on weekdays. So
They're doing a great
So
job.
I've also
Yeah.
noticed that they're very active. They go to all the functions.
they're very active.
That's real good as well. So,
There was discussion or an idea that's moving along about separating the dog or the animals that they're picking up from our main page, and just have a dedicated page for that for animals. So
Good idea.
conceptually,
That's
we're
good.
looking at it and see if we can set it up.
We
So that-
still have an
How's
unmarked
the
vehicle, so it
Mercedes?
won't be identified by the dogs.
Yes, we
undercover.
laugh about it, but they do. They can tell the
They're
vehicle
not
coming
dumb.
around the corner, and they hide.
Give a dog a snack one time, he'll never forgive
They
you.
see City Mercedes and they run.
Yes.
So I know that you might see like, well, this budget might be a little, soft because I know initially they just came into PD and we are backing them up 100% in our building too. So a lot of the resources they have is that they're also getting from our building. We gave them an office space where they do their other stuff. They're being housed there with us. A lot of things that we do is that we back them up, just like, I mean, they're part of the PD, they're one of us. So we give them just about anything in our.
So where I was going with on here is that I know we've talked about it several years, and it's switched back and forth between 8 departments. But we had talked about a spade neuter program where we work something out with a hospital somewhere where they cover some of the costs, we cover some of the costs, and the people can come get it done for cheap. I would have liked to have seen something like that in the budget. If the money's not there, Albert, I get it. But I also know that we had implemented a policy. I don't know what happened with that policy, and I'm sure it's gonna take manpower to manage that, because, you know, they gotta go pay somewhere, somebody's gotta keep up with it. I don't know that two animal control officers are gonna be able to keep up with, keeping track of, it's probably gonna have to be some kind of analytic software, or maybe part of the New World system. I'm sure there's something there for animal control, where we keep track of which animals picked up the most. Are we requiring them to chip the dog after the second time? Are we making them, if they go get them, are they coming back with tag? I mean, all that stuff that's in there. Have we done anything towards either one of those two? One being the spay and neuter program, and the other one towards the policy that we passed. Or did we ever finish it? We did, right?
Yes,
We voted
he
on it?
passed one. He passed one that needs to get re-amended because it has the public works. That was on the public works,
Okay,
and most of everything says public works director on it.
okay.
On that he can claim vicious animal, which we can update. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, the sooner that comes to us, the better, but are we using any of the?
So we give him so the first step was first getting him trained, so
Right,
to
the
get some of
people-
these
that's
training.
correct. We didn't
So-
want to hit them hard.
Yeah.
Correct.
So we don't want to hit them hard, and I'll tell you the plan because I always give credit where credit is due. These guys are under two lieutenants. If anything, it's under Macias and Diaz. So when one's not available, I always have them under somebody. So the way that they pitched to me that they are starting off is getting them involved in our city events and everything, so that they see on how to plan and everything. Because if they're essentially out there trying to plan something like this, we also want it to be done right. So they're getting the idea of what it is to plan stuff. So that's where they're at. We give them the training, the first initial training. Now we got to give them a secondary training on euthanizing and all kinds of other stuff. There are some stuff there that are still available from the past. I just have to see if they're good enough, if not to reorder for vaccinations, things like that. The spading part, we had a sit down about, I want to say about a month ago with the staff and them. And it had to do with different events that we want to do within the city, maybe use HEB Park to do either tagging, adoption, things like that. Reach out to other entities. I know the city manager has told me about, there's other nonprofit people out there that we even donate food, things like that for animals. And then, of course, getting into more detail with, I think it was called Harlingen. There's a shelter in Harlingen.
Yes, the
that-
no-kill shelter.
Yes, that they, one of the animal control guys had pitched out about maybe getting with them and seeing how they go with their process, with their spading or whatnot. I don't know.
So
Yeah, but
I-
it's still a follow-up thing that we have to do with
So
that.
I would
It's-
recommend that, because right now you're starting to control, you can see the control in the animals. It's not like before. No, before it was really, really bad. I can't even talk about some of the stuff I saw here. But I would recommend that we put something in the budget towards that. Doesn't have to be a lot, but I really don't want to go another year without some kind of
Okay.
citywide invitation to HEB Park. If anything else, to, hey, bring your pet, we're gonna give you something
Right.
that we can keep track of, sign them up here.
So when
And
we
then
find
we
them,
can hand them.
match them up with their own.
Yes, so
Yeah.
maybe chipping them, maybe providing a tag if they don't want to chip, but at the same time, when they're there, we hand them a pamphlet, say, hey, this is coming.
Right.
Get ready. In 2026, we're gonna start charging you per animal. If he gets picked up, this is, so in other words, I would like to see it sooner than later.
For sure.
Add a
Okay.
little more to that
Yes,
by
sir.
2025 budget.
Yes.
So I don't know what something like that would cost. I don't think it would be
Well,
more
we'll
than a
look into
couple
it
of
for sure.
$1,000, but
Um,
I'd like to see it in the budget, to be honest with you.
okay. We did give them uniforms. They just got uniforms getting embroidered. That way they're matching.
Official.
Yeah, they're official. And then we are getting that vehicle striped. As soon as I do have more or less of a picture, I'll forward it to the city manager. He can forward to y'all.
Long term, and I don't know how many years out there this is, but I know we just don't have holding capacity for these, and that's the struggle. Is what do you do with some of these animals that look like they're somebody's before we ship them off to Weslaco facilities. And I don't know, maybe we start small or something, but you know, you mentioned the shooting range, some kind of a holding facility. That's a whole new, you know, can of worms.
That's
I'm
been in
sure that we would
communication,
hold up for
sure,
ourselves,
with
but if
Shelter.
we had some kind of a,
We've talked about having an animal shelter and
right.
having a place to euthanize or place to.
that's a lot, yeah.
So that is in the planning stages. Unfortunately, funding wise, we couldn't
Yeah,
pull it.
yeah.
And a lot of the cities are looking at it because of the issues that are occurring.
Yeah.
But long-term wise, it just eventually you become an animal shelter area. Then you start euthanizing animals, then you get a lot of pressure, and then you go to be in a no-kill zone, and so.
Either that or we cost share with somebody
So,
else.
so
you
the,
know?
the challenge is, I mean, once you go, open an animal shelter, it's 24/7
Right.
every day of the year.
Yes.
Because animals need to be fed and need to be taken
Right.
care. Kennels need to be clean. So once you get engaged in that, you don't have any going back on it.
Right.
And it's hard to maintain because that's why the Harlingen Humane Society closed
So,
down.
so when we get there, we have to really be ready
Yeah.
to operate it.
Correct.
And the best way to do that is to have the project in place that brings in funds, which was the original goal of that policy.
Yes.
Was
Just like
to
we do
create its own
911,
fund.
I don't know why we couldn't do something like that
Yep.
regionally too.
Yep.
Yes.
Everybody contributes to one
I
region.
know I know y'all had posted sometime back on through social media as far as the cats that they weren't being picked up. Is that still the case or?
Yeah, no, the cat issue is that the thing is that we have nowhere to house them. And Westaco's not accepting cats, so that's the obstacle
We need to
there.
come up with a plan.
Well, they can
Yeah.
take them down the street to our neighbor.
They know how to find
So-
a way.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, and it's actually became a bigger problem anywhere else in Westaco too because they're not taking cats either.
Yeah,
It's because they're picking up the dogs and now the cats are increasing.
Yeah.
picking up the dogs, the cats are going up. So, okay, Chief, so I don't want to get lost in this. The goal of my statement
Yes, sir.
was, I want to see something in the budget to put something together this
Together.
year.
Community, yes, sir.
I agree. That's a good idea.
Duly noted. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief.
IT.
So far, puro soft blows. I think you did all the work. You put it down here.
So, I want to compliment the IT department because they've done an excellent job. They've gone above and beyond in ensuring the cities, you know, we're getting a lot more training. We've gone through several exercises where they've identified weaknesses in our staff, you know, as far as, you know, opening emails and not realizing it might be a phishing or something else that's attached to it. And so they've done a lot of good stuff recently, and they've been working on this throughout the year. But kudos to them because they've heightened the ability of every employee in every department of, hey, be on the lookout for this suspicious stuff. Don't just automatically open things and expose us. So kudos to the IT department for all of that hard work.
And all the updates too. I don't remember that happening since we've been here. So keep that up.
Thank you,
Go
Mr. Pettis. Good evening, or good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. So just to expand on that, when we were starting to look into the cybersecurity platform that we have, the city had essentially bare minimum. So we started looking into all these options, and one of the options was a company called KnowBe4. As you're aware, you've seen emails coming from KnowBe4, whether for trainings and some potential phishing. You're not going to see that as the company, right? But it's brought to light a lot of, as Mr. Pettis said, there was definitely a gap in where we needed to be. So we sent out a first campaign. Unfortunately, the rate of people who were clicking on it was about like 60%. And since then, it's been about 2 months now. I've sent out a second one. Being that the 4th of July holiday was coming through, I figured it was a good time for people to keep an eye out for that. That one's down to 3%. So there was a huge improvement in awareness of what people are looking for on emails that could potentially have malware, ransomware, all the other malicious software that might be out there in the entire landscape of internet, right? So that was one of the increases I had for the software licenses. I was able to talk to the company, and they were forthcoming and telling us, okay, okay, if you want to do this, it's fine. We'll go ahead and push out the payment till the beginning of the fiscal. So that's one thing that's on here that was added onto, and it's been a big influence and into bringing awareness on cybersecurity and phishing.
And what's the
essentially.
cost of that?
The cost of that was 7,000.
That's good enough. I just needed to know more or less.
So it's 3 years, and every year it's gonna be about 7,000.
All right, perfect.
Money well spent.
So, yeah, Larry will
If I don't know, now's the time or not, but you know, some of the software updates for planning, you know, for online permits and software updates to water utilities so that people can see their accounts online and all those. Is that part of this, or is that nested within their departments? And has that been accounted for?
It was actually added on to the IT department. So one of the things that was added as well into software licensing was a majority of our budget increases in software licensing. So one of them is actually H2O that we got with Mr. Armidas with. And that is a company that will allow us to kind of 311 aspect, except for more general broadcasting. So it's tied to the utilities. They'll be able to see their information in real time.
If they let the water running all night
Yes.
long, they'll be able to get a little alert on
Alerts.
that.
Yes.
Leaks.
Yes, and then we can utilize that platform as well to send out, hey, there's a water leak in this area. We can minimize the 311 to just specifically emergency purposes.
So do we have somebody, and I know I've discussed this with both city manager and Javier, with the chief over there. So the more we get into service-oriented softwares, the more somebody has to manage them on a direct level, not just through tertiary IT keeping up with changes and somebody in the water department, you know, taking a call because somebody saw something. It requires attention. It requires public outreach. It requires, and I'm not advocating for a new position. What I'm saying is we can buy all this futuristic stuff, but if somebody doesn't manage it and they don't own it, it's very hard to keep up with. And I say that because it happened to me with our Facebook page too. Eventually we had to have somebody specifically to that because there's stuff going on at the sheriff's office. It's constant. Maybe we don't do that right now with a Facebook page, and the team can kind of get away with that. But as we go into these systems, people are going to make phone calls. They're going to have complaints. They're going to have, and if we're already taxing our people, it's just something we need to look at. And I know Albert's aware of it. I know Mr. Pettit is aware of it, but I want to make sure I say it out loud that all these things are a great idea, but somebody has to know how it works.
Right.
Other than the mechanical side of it.
And that's a very good point. There's so much to say for self-help, self-service, and the application supporting it. There's going to be glitches. And so I know the library instituted the self-checkout and all that. So those kind of things are steps in that same direction. We've talked about improving our ability to take payments online, be able to monitor your account, being able to tell the end user or the resident you have a leak, being proactive instead of them finding out a week later and it's $1,000. So all of those are being looked at one step at a time. And you're right, absolutely right. We can't just put stuff out there and not have the support behind it and not overtaxing the IT department with, okay, well, that's not their responsibility. It's utilities or whatever. So we have to step into it, and there is a plan for that.
Okay, that's what I was
We're
asking.
just being cautious, and we're doing what we can manage as we grow. Of course, the faster we grow, the more we have to push this a lot quicker. But there's an effort and a thought behind how do we step into it and not overdo it.
I
Because
think
you can get the lashback, you know,
Exactly.
somebody saying, great idea, but I always have to talk to a person because it doesn't work.
And normally when you put these things in play, you're gonna realize a savings in time where maybe somebody who's doing all the complaint issues now has time to pay attention to that.
Right.
So that's why I'm saying I'm not advocating for new positions. What I'm advocating for is a plan. So if you have one, thank you. I should have started with that.
There was actually, unfortunately, I didn't get it in time for this year's budget, but I did meet with one last vendor in regards to one of the additions that we're looking to add, which was basically updating our website. One thing that was gonna I spoke to this vendor about was an AI chatbot essentially. City of Edinburgh just recently implemented that into their website, and it's worked wonders for them. It could go a long ways to assist in basically manpower and answering questions and stuff for the residents, and it's multilingual. So if you asking a question in Spanish, it's going to answer you in Spanish. So it's very intuitive at how it wants to work. I was going to possibly see about maybe moving some things around after, but it's something that we can definitely look into for the future if I can
Updating
get
the
it.
page, right?
Updating the website is definitely gonna happen. That's for sure.
And dude, that's music to my ears, man, because it needs updating.
No, yes. Just the management on that is like the mayor was saying, we've come up with a plan to basically implement these things in kind of stages. That way it's not overbearing or overtaking us on what we have to do on a daily as well.
I don't know how this works, but if you put one person in charge of the whole website, in my view, that's not sustainable. To the extent that you can give people access to their individual portions of it, and they have the training and the access and the knowledge of doing that, that's the way to make sure that thing stays current, and then just holding each person responsible for keeping that up. And if they don't have the people in place to do it, like you said, Mayor, then there needs to be a plan.
Right.
Somebody else can do it for them, or we don't want to hire somebody to do it, but it's not that hard,
Right.
if you know what to do.
Mhm.
And so that's one of the areas I'd really like to see and make sure that but that may not cost us a whole lot of money. That's just maybe just some training and some time and all of that. But I don't know what software we use. And again, I don't want to get into the weeds or any of that, but will there be access for people to get in there and keep their sites tidy and current and updated with some information that has at least a decent shelf life and has some interactivity to it where it's appropriate?
Yes, actually, the way it currently stands, the departments do have capability of changing the information as they need to. Like, for instance, I was just spoken to yesterday that we needed to update our public works. So it's more in the aspect of I need to sit down with the departments or whoever has access and kind of do a little training on how to do those kind of updates, because it is at this point departments do have that capability. It's usually to the admins. The admins have that access. So I feel, in my opinion, training is the way to go, at least in that aspect. And then once we go into this new platform, it's going to be a lot easier to manage.
And we had, I had a similar kind of an issue where we had staff that were not doing it, and when I went in there and looked into it, I realized that over 80% of people with usernames to get in there had not logged in once. Not once. So when you don't even log in, that tells me you're not even trying.
Not to mention brings up a security.
And so their passwords had already expired, long expired, because they had never logged in. So then you got to backtrack and say, well, why aren't you logging in? Well, because I don't know. Okay, but if you haven't logged in, how do you know that you don't know?
Right.
And you've got to get on the bike before you can tell me you can't learn how to ride it. And so that's where there may be confidence issues and things like that we solve through training and so forth. So anyway.
So the platform that we're planning on implementing, it does have actually a section towards it. So they're going to sit down with us and kind of go through the website and how it's to utilize it, how to post, and it's very intuitive. Anybody can do it. There's aspects of it that are very simple to be able to update these type of things, and so it's something that I'm very looking forward to. It in the scheme of the quotes that I got, it's not the cheapest, but for what we want to implement, I felt like it was the one that I would like to move forward with. Like for instance, library, they would have their own landing page. A lot of the services they didn't have. That wasn't included into the quotes, where this one it does. It's free of charge, and then we can create as many as we would like. So we can have them PD, fire, library.
I'm really
It's
looking forward to that.
Yep. Uh,
Real quick,
sir.
do all our PD cars have an in-car computer?
yes,
They're all uploading, they all have connectivity, and all of the cameras are uploading as well, correct?
yes, correct.
Good job. That was a long time in happening. Thank you for finding the money, and you have no idea what that does. It's huge requirements.
We know how to ride the bike.
So we know how to ride. He got on the bike. And I requested that, by the way, every year since I've been here. And you guys finally got it done. So thank you for that.
It's a team effort, Mayor, and they're the key ingredient. I mean, they've come a long ways in a short period. When you look at the smart TVs we have now, they're implemented not just on the behind the scenes, but in the open. They're moving things that were not being looked at.
So that's painting the house. We need to paint the trim now. Now we need to
Yeah.
do the walls in here.
But you know what, to your point, in the last few presentations, I've noticed the public can see a lot of what the information a whole lot better as opposed to, and by the way, I've never seen it on the other side, but obviously whatever they're showing on the presentation, it's coming out clear on the other side.
Yes, sir.
What people can see and so forth, right?
And the benefit of that is being that we're streaming onto YouTube, like these live meetings, YouTube's not going to delete them unless we have some sort of copyright strike. So that's essentially our minutes. So we can go back to review them, and it's our retention. It keeps with our retention plan.
As long as you don't play music, we're good.
No. I actually want to kind of backtrack on what you discussed about the parking lots and the cameras and instances. That's also one thing that I added onto the budget for City Hall, library, and access control at Public Works. So that Public Works specifically, the access control needs to be updated from the software that it's at. As far as the City Hall and library, there's been incidents that we've needed some camera footage outside in the parking lot. Unfortunately, there's no cameras that's facing out. So that was one thing that I wanted to shore up this year to basically that way we can review back on that footage if we need to.
Maybe we could even consider posting one up over at the old city hall to cover the angle this way.
And that would be
eventually.
an easy implementation. All we would have to do is create a bridge like we have at the portable from Public Works to at the portable and at Public Works as well for the
Yeah.
EOC. So that would be simple, basically piggyback off the internet here at City Hall or PD, either or, because it works.
Have you ever heard of cities that actually take that video and have it, live, like where you could go on the website, click and see what it looks like outside our city hall if it's raining or whatever? I'm just curious if that ever happens. I know
I don't think I've heard that.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think I haven't seen it, but I also haven't researched into it. So I would love to get back to you on that one.
It's because I know that like there's an area with like, for example, SpaceX. You can go on there and you can see right now what's going on outside of SpaceX.
Right, yeah.
Just,
I mean, honestly, you can. I know a friend of mine owns a company. He actually has part here in Mercedes. He has his own tower over there across from Borderland, and he has a weather station camera.
Right. Yeah.
So the camera shows the weather, and it's just you sign into it through its IP address, and you can see the weather, the wind speed, and a little picture of the stuff.
see what's going
So
on.
that's not a
outside
bad
the state of
idea,
Mercedes.
man.
Yeah,
That would be
yeah.
pretty cool. What's going on in Mercedes? Like something we can put on our website.
Right.
That's a great idea, man.
Yeah, my only concern with that would be like security aspect of basically if we're utilizing our own network,
No, it would.
possibly someone like hijack into it.
Yeah, I think
So-
it's just an independent IP single system. It's just one thing.
Gotcha.
Great idea.
So kind of going in for the cameras, one thing that this company was planning on doing for us for free, no cost, was putting a access point on this back parking lot over here with a camera. That way we can keep an eye of any vehicles that are or city vehicles and officers who are happy to be parked there. They could start uploading from when they enter that parking lot as well.
Perfect.
So that was something that they offered for free because it's something that hasn't been tested, and we would basically
Beta unit.
Beta. Yep.
Awesome.
But I'm confident in that company and how it presents its cameras and its whole software.
Perfect.
Yep.
What's the name of the company?
This one would be Verkada, and VTX1 would be the one who would be installing.
BTX1.
Yep.
Okie dokie.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Good job, man. Keep up the good work.
We're gonna move to the planning department. Sir,
Mayor, will you indulge us in just maybe a 2-minute recess right quick? Just to
of course.
Yeah,
stretch our legs real quick before we get
we're
more
gonna take
information?
a 5-minute break.
Okay.
It's 11 o'clock. We'll come back at 11:05.
See, everybody's got.
That's this.
Whenever you're ready. All right, we're gonna go ahead and come back to order.
I'll tell you.
Easy.
Ese.
What tell you?
Ahorita.
Keeping up with social media. Sir.
No sé.
Marty here? Yes.
Oh, she's on there. Oh, she can hear in here.
She's the only one that can hear us, right? Okay.
Okay, I'm just saying for open records reason. So is, all right, well, let's go ahead and get started. I don't know if, does anybody see Joe outside somewhere?
Have you seen Commissioner? Ay, canijo.
Go ahead, brother. We'll start with, are you going to the list page or to the one you gave us?
We'll
Where are you going first?
wherever y'all want.
So we have
I got a lot of things.
we have the numbers that are in the planning over here.
Hold on, let me go to 520. Just so I have everything here.
It says that, like, full-time employees, we doubled
Double. A ver. In planning?
from 2022 to 2025, and, yeah.
Are you
First
on the
Utility, oh, I'm sorry, utility billing.
so if you go to this big work that you have, it's 520. It's account 520.
El primero.
Yeah, on the general fund.
Well, go ahead, bro.
Okay.
I'll catch up.
All right. We're good?
Yes.
Okay, good morning, commissioners, mayor. So I'll be going over the planning budget first. It's account 520. I've provided a handout of the line items that have changed from the prior year. I'll go through that right now. So we have the materials testing line item. We had 0 budgeted for this year, and now, well, this was what was requested, but that's not what's in the actual budget. I think we did 50,000 for this year. And so that's the testing for the subdivisions, to test for the compaction density, asphalt cores for concrete on the curbs and gutters and sidewalks and things like that. That's a pass-through fee that we collect from the developers, and we hire the testing lab. That's a preferred way to do it. So, you know, it keeps it keeps the contractor honest, where you don't want him hiring his own lab, right?
Yeah, this allows us to do the hiring and then they pay us back.
And they pay us back, right?
So this is creating a budget that we're gonna use the budget, but it should get reimbursed as we go. right?
Yes, sir. And we are doing materials testing. It's just we were paying out of the general engineering fund for the entire city. So now we're you know,
Line
we
item.
want our own budget in the subdivision review department.
This is a perfect example of how the issues with Olivia Estate were born, right? Where we
Yes,
ended up
sir.
having to use 3 different companies because of one
And-
read the reports.
And when we came in,
This should alleviate that problem.
yes, sir. And when we came in, you know, the contractor was doing his own testing
Yep.
and stuff. So none of that, no more.
Perfect.
Okay, so then contractual services, it increased by about $5,000. That's a GIS maintenance that we added to that. We are about to start the GIS, the water and wastewater GIS project that should begin in August and be completed by December. We spoke to the company, and they say they can be down here in August and get it done rather quickly. $5,000 is a maintenance. It's not a reoccurring maintenance charge. It's something that we asked for. So we're gonna have this nice GIS map now, and we're gonna have things that come up on the day, you know, on a daily basis. A GIS map, any map is a snapshot in time. It's only as good as what you put in it, right? So if we're working on things on a daily basis, weekly basis, you want to
Needs to be upgraded,
yeah.
updated.
Exactly, we want to update it. So
we asked them to put in there kind of a general or retainer type of cost for the year. If I get this, 2, 3, 4 subdivisions this year, I want them in the map. So I'm gonna send them to you so you can update our map while we get our own people, in the budget we put for an inspector / GIS person that maybe we can train here internally while we get there where we can actually maintain our own GIS system.
Honestly, paying $5,000 a year,
That's
Yes, sir.
nothing.
that's cheaper than manpower.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
I think if you're not already, I think we need to look at doing that perpetually as opposed to hiring somebody,
Yeah.
right?
Also, the thing is, we do have a shortage of, we only have one inspector. So we don't want to be in a situation, if that inspector goes on leave, whatever.
Oh, no, I'm not saying don't hire an inspector. I was talking strictly about
On the
GIS.
software.
Oh, yes.
And if I could clarify that,
Yes.
that's the maintenance on the software side.
Software side only.
There's still the field work, there's some things
Oh.
that we may need, so.
Okay.
So our inspector, that's why I said inspector / GIS person will be trained on surveying equipment, which is
Okay.
GIS surveying. And he,
10-4.
yes, sir, okay.
So as we add a new subdivision, there's new water lines, sewer lines that need to be added to the GIS map. And so that inspector / whatever you want, a GIS person that's in-house, he goes and captures those
Right,
details.
and.
We provide them to these guys, and
Yes.
they update the system.
Yes, and we want to keep making our GIS map as accurate as possible. When you actually go out there and do a GIS map, you pick up points that are visible, right? So you pick up a valve, the other valve, then you just connect the line. You don't actually go dig up the line, right? That's just too much. But we do. We dig up lines every day. So we should have a procedure in place where the field crews dig up a line, you call the guy who knows how to handle the antenna, hey, go pick up a shot of the actual line. And our map, the idea is that our map keeps getting more accurate and more accurate as we uncover lines.
Right. And so what I'm saying is that a $5,000 a year
Yes, sir.
maintenance fee to have somebody that we just have to send the stuff to.
Yes, we
and he
agree.
keeps it going, may be
agree.
worth it. That's what I'm
Yes.
trying
Oh,
to say.
yes, and that's why we got that.
So probably not the time to ask, but I would like to know this while they're doing the work. And I'm going to use an example, Texas Street and 10th, where we had we were told a long time ago for y'all's time that area didn't drain because there was only one one drain for the whole area. And that's not the case. I understand there's 4 there.
Texas and 10th?
10th in Texas. So I think you went out there and some of our guys went out there and one of them was swirling, the other one weren't, blah, blah, blah. I think the important thing for us in this GIS mapping, is it going to include where they run? Because the first question that I asked was, the flow, which way it's flowing, where it's going, what's the size of the pipe? Because my first question would be, has those pipes ever been bored or checked
Right.
or cameraed, or did we blow them out? Why are they not flowing?
Yes,
So is this GIS mapping going to help us with that?
yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir. If you may or may not recall when they did their presentation, that's one of the things that they pointed out. I picked it up. They pointed it out. They have the directional arrows
Yes.
of where it flows.
I did pick it up, and that's my question,
Yes.
because if they're doing that work, while doing that work, they should be calling us and saying, hey, man, at this location right here, there's pipes running north, south, east, and west.
Oh,
and
I see
3
what
of
you
them
mean.
are plugged.
I see what you mean. Yes.
So if they don't tell us what's wrong with those pipes, and that's what I'm trying to get at, are they going to check
Yes.
all
yes.
those pipes for flow?
Yes.
Because somebody should be telling us why those pipes aren't flowing. And I would imagine if they're getting in the hole and they're taking, it should be them.
Yes, and part of the reason that they ranked really, really high was because they do that. They're gonna go in there, they're gonna take a picture of what's in there. They're gonna give it like a condition score. They're gonna put in the GIS map, so we'll be able to click on that manhole.
I'm not saying,
Yeah.
Tom, that we should wait for that.
Mm-mm.
I'm using it as an example. Somebody needs to jump in that hole before the next rainstorm, find out why they're not draining.
Well, there's no
But
water.
I'm saying those guys, there's no water, but what I'm saying is those guys should be finding that stuff for us
Oh, yes,
instead of finding it on a rainstorm, correct?
yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes.
thank
the-
you.
Yes, sir. The next item are memberships and subscriptions. That went up by about $2,000. It's So in the planning department, we have myself, the chief building official, and we have the code enforcement. So there's memberships that we're, or, you know, that we're members of the American Water Works Association, we're members of the American Planning Association. This also covers licenses, license renewals for those same certifications that we hold in the planning department. I don't know if you have any specific questions on that. Okay. And then professional services, same thing kind of with the materials testing. We do use engineers to review the subdivisions to make sure that they're that everything's, you know, being done as per the standards, current standards. We are doing that, but we were paying out of the general engineering fund. So now we're separating it to where we can track it better and it's not in the same pot as the entire city. And travel and training as well for everybody in the department, TML, Texas Water, ICSC, ICC, the International Code Council, our building official takes those, you know, he has to go and do the plumbing, continuing education hours, the electrical continuing education hours, as well as the building continuing education hours. And then our code enforcement as well. And then equipment. On the equipment, that's for tablets and GIS equipment. That's to buy that same field equipment that I mentioned, so the antennas, the accessories that come with the antennas and tablets, so that our field staff can pick up those points out in the field when we need them and put them into our GIS map.
We already have one antenna.
Yes, we have one antenna, sir. Yes, we have a very accurate antenna, and you know, we want to.
Is that what it's called, antenna?
An antenna, yes. It's a GIS or a survey antenna. It's I think ours is a centimeter or sub-centimeter accuracy. So it's that accurate, right? When you take a shot, it should be within that much of a range. So it's an expensive one. It's, you know, as you start getting like that, it's a more expensive one. Then on the capital outlay, vehicle for the new position that we're requesting for the new inspector.
It's another Alvaro?
This will be another code enforcement, another every type of inspector that we have, subdivision inspector, code enforcement, and Alvaro. Because Bernie and Alvaro, they do, when Alvaro is not here, we do send Bernie out there to do building inspections.
We're gonna have a third one.
We're gonna have a third one, yes, sir.
We need more code enforcement.
And yes, we do want to concentrate on the code enforcement side a little bit more,
Clean
but
up the
they'll be trained in everything. Yes, sir.
I wanna, on that side, there's a lot of active things going on. I don't know how to, I wanna say it the right way, right? That the thing about looking at stuff that was done 7, 8, 10 years ago, I hope we've gotten away from that. That's a big waste of time. We end up in battles and arguments and telling people they need to knock down a wall and all this stuff. I just don't think, I mean, we just need to find a way to grandfather that stuff.
Yes, sir.
We've got a lot of grass issues. We've got a lot of houses that need to be, you know, eventually worked on to be torn down, you know.
Yes.
That's kind of the angle that I would like to see. I can't
Yes,
speak for
we're-
everybody.
Well, regional, major eyesore type
Yeah,
stuff.
man,
Yeah.
Instead of, hey, I looked at a map and, you know, that storage unit wasn't there 7 years ago, 6 years, what, you know what I mean?
Yes,
That
sir.
kind of stuff.
Understand. Yes.
I want to see, and it's getting cleaner. It is getting cleaner, but you know, I saw it firsthand driving out again into I never understood it until I became mayor and learned more about it, but now I know what the problem is when people put out their brush and there's no brush pickup. So I don't know if that's something that they would help us out with. Like, for instance, I know, and I already talked about this before, I think we all have, like, for instance, San Antonio, if you got if they're picking up your brush on the 15th, you can only put it out between the 12th and the 15th or whatever. I think McAllen has it too, right?
Yes.
And then that forces also for us within our budget, and I know this doesn't have to do with you, but it's all one program, like our trash company didn't, in an effort to try and treat us right, they started picking up people's trash, people's brush,
I know.
going over what they're supposed to, which caused their trucks to go and dump more often, which put them behind a week,
behind
right at the time we needed
Right.
them the most. So we can put pressure on them, but we got to do our part as a city too.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So I would think that instead of going into history, that we start programs like this, and it's going to require education. That's why I want that the program of sending out information through the water department. I don't know where we're at on that. I'll bring it up later on today. Is we need to already sign everybody up for that. What's it called?
The code red.
Code Red.
Yes, sir.
We should have already sent that out, or we should have a plan to send it out before the end of the month. We're
Yes,
already
sir.
going to be through hurricane season. I wanted that done
Yes, sir.
citywide.
Mayor,
And that would allow us to tell people, hey, your brush pickup in your region is from this time to this time. Or, hey, they're running behind, they should be there by the 14th, because almost all the drains, and I don't know, Tom, and I know you were out there too, if you guys can attest to this also, but the majority of what was plugging up our drains was the leaves of the trees that people had out on their yard
Yes.
and the limbs. That was the number one.
Number one.
Oh, go ahead, Joe.
I'm so sorry. I just had an idea. What if we were to, and I don't know if we got our city tent up or whatever, but what if we were to maybe all coordinate together, especially on the 311 response, and maybe target an event like our Texas Street Festival to have our own city tent out there with this information, helping people understand what it is, maybe even also show them, or, hey, let me see your phone. This is how you get on. This is how you log on, in an effort to try to get everybody signed up. Because I think these ideas are good. It's just,
So we can
maybe that
do
might
it.
be one way of
Probably your
doing it.
best way is HEB,
That too.
but we have another venue, which is the one I keep pushing, and I think last time y'all told me y'all were gonna get it done, was the water department. Everybody has a water meter, and everybody has a contact information on the water meter. So the city has the authority to sign those people up, and then give them the option to opt out.
Yes.
I believe.
Yes.
And so that way, every homeowner is gonna get entered into it. And then we have to monitor, make sure we're not sending stuff constantly so that they do opt out. It has to be pertinent to their area, pertinent to them. And that way we can put, because if we're gonna implement the dog, we're gonna implement the clippings, the what do you call it, the brush that's gonna cause us our problems in the drains. And that'll cut down on manpower, because the manpower now can concentrate on something else instead of out there digging up leaves.
I just
Yeah,
feel like we
and-
have to have the education behind it, because to your point, if I receive some sort of message telling me that, this, that, and you can opt out, I'm just gonna ignore it or opt out altogether. If I don't understand what it is that I'm signing up for.
You're hoping they don't opt out. That's the whole, you're hoping they don't understand, because they're gonna keep getting the messages.
Oh, for sure, Mayor.
Yeah, it's like the missing person, when somebody's missing, that you get that Amber Alert.
Yeah, yes, sir.
You gotta go through a whole process to get out of it. Well, we're not gonna send stuff at 3 o'clock in the morning, right? Unless we have to. But we do gotta get it,
Yes,
to where it's done. But anyway, this was not about the 311. What I was, what I was trying to say was that when you hire this person, I think we really need to look at putting together and I know it's not in our system, it's not, we don't have it in our city ordinance yet, but work towards an ordinance that says you can only put out your brush between this time and this time, and then work together with putting information to educate the people, and then work with what's her name?
Yomi.
Yomi's company, to make sure they're on time, and I think we can.
We'll shoot for the first meeting in August. I mean, we're already working on it with Ray when he was here, because he used to work with the trash pickup guys, and he had some templates from other cities, and we just need to get it done. So we know exactly what
Well,
to
and
do.
I think every new meter, that's for that point of educating them when they come get their new meter and say, hey, by the way, these are things that work for us best here in the city.
Yeah.
You're aware.
Yes.
Require them to listen to 5 minutes of that or whatever.
We where I used to we did that. We had 2 customer service offices where I used to work at. When you opened up a new account, and
Onboarding.
the onboarding, we read, you know, through a list of things that you should know, and you initialed them, right?
You're required
Like
to
you
adopt a dog
Yes, you have to adopt a dog or a cat.
and ride a bike.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
So at this point, honestly, I would like to see stuff on the budget, and I would like to see stuff with dates on it. Like, for instance, if we're gonna do this opt-out system, we need to set a date. At the
We're-
next meeting, I'd like to see a date for that
Yes,
one.
yes.
You're gonna
we'll have it.
implement the brush pickup deal. There needs to be dates assigned to them that says, you know what, our plan is to, by January 1st of 2025, to implement this so that there's an introductory period of a month or two or whatever, practice runs, you know, and, you know, that kind of stuff. But, you know, anyway.
Yes, sir. So do you want to touch on the program to allow folks to get their permits online, or any new things that
Well,
you're implementing?
Before we leave this last topic of the building inspectors and all that, if we're gonna add a third person, and we've said this before, but I'll just say it again, that there's no escaping that we're gonna spend a certain amount of our time reacting to complaints or reacting to a person that calls and says, I need you to come and inspect this, I'm ready for my inspection, or I'm ready for this or that. But for this third person, to the extent that we can, and going back to your comment about not getting lost in the weeds, you know, literally or figuratively, I guess, that we discipline ourselves or find some way to carve out some amount of that person's time to think proactively about stuff that needs to be done, instead of running around reacting to the Gladys Kravitz of the world that feel like their neighbor's yard has not been cut to their standard, and
Yeah, we get a lot of those.
They didn't watch Beverly Hillbillies.
okay.
We call them Karen,
Hey, wait a minute, wait. TV Land was in my house, so I know exactly what you're talking about.
but
Me too.
they're called
You know
Karen.
what I mean? I mean,
Yeah.
you can chase those little rabbits all day long, and it really isn't about compliance. It's about people that don't get along, or people that just have this, you know, obsessive compulsive need for a person's trash can to be in a certain place, and you know, we don't have, I mean, I guess that has to be dealt with however we deal with it, but we got bigger fish to fry than that.
Yes, sir.
Like, Teresa, house inspection should take priority, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, and I mean, there's you know, I don't know how we do that, but maybe you carve out an hour out of the day where you deal with just complaint responses to complaints, and that's it. But we've got to be able to deal with the bigger rocks in the jar instead of running around.
Because those are priority.
Yes, sir.
That was my only.
I think the general gesture getting from us is that we need to prioritize the activity.
Mayor, just
Even
one
if
last
you're gonna
thing. One last thing on the ordinance side, and I was just curious about this. Now, I kind of touched base on it. Do we have an ordinance in place, or do we have a plan in place to start looking at what we're going to do with some of these abandoned buildings on our main corridors on Texas and 2nd Street or Old 83?
Yes,
Because we have some of those buildings that are just sitting
yes,
there.
and as the mayor was mentioning that, I was going to mention where the first hearings for condemnation are August. We'll have our first hearings with those owners already. With the, I don't have them here specifically
No,
which
correct.
ones, but the first round of the ones that
I think there was 3 of them, right? 3.
well, we should have at least.
I know there was 10 or 11, but
Yeah.
3 or 4 of them were going to.
Condemnation
board.
all 8 of them are
Oh,
going
they're all going.
before
Ooh.
a hearing. It's up to the commission, standards commission, to decide what.
Ooh.
You know, there's avenues for them to remedy these things. It's the same thing. It's the same process we do when we bring people in with the code enforcement. We try, you know, we don't want to be, we don't try to be mean people. We always try to work with them, always, and we give them, you know, the loss. We have to give them time to remedy the situation. So basically, we're doing almost the same thing that our code enforcement does, but now it's in the the commission is acting as a code enforcement officer, and they can say, and they will say, they'll say, okay, I'm gonna give you 45 more days or 60 more days, and put a plan, show me a plan, and we wanna see that you're actually working on it, and come back, and if you're still working on it, then we'll extend it. And they're acting like the code enforcement officer now, but now they have the authority to say, you know what, you're not
We're gonna
complying.
demolish it.
We're gonna send this to the district judge so he can condemn this.
And
we
Javi,
can
do you,
step in.
do you have a list of addresses for these condominiums?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay.
So we've sent, should have been sent out yesterday, the certified letters for the first hearings.
And keep in mind, and I'm glad that you touched base on, we're not trying to, force anybody or trying to hurt anybody, but we have these buildings downtown and they've just been standing there unused, unoccupied. In the case of some of these buildings, I mean, they should be, in my opinion, condemned. But there's plenty of things that we can do with those buildings or the space.
Yes,
Right.
we see that they attract other things like crime and things like that. We went to one and there were stolen goods in there, I think.
Well,
and
they
one of
don't, they don't project an image of prosperity.
No, they don't. That was the first thing that caused, then we go in and we find out that there stolen stuff in there and
Yeah.
things like that.
I mean,
so.
aside from just the,
Well, I like what, recently I went up to the New Braunfels area. We went to Green, Texas, and I like what they did because they have a lot of buildings that are old. Obviously, all the businesses are along the corridor, but they've used that to bring in little shops, little things like that. So some of these owners, I mean, they can find things that they can do with those spaces, man. We'll gladly welcome it.
Yes, sir.
We've been looking at some lots that have been sitting there for years, just unoccupied,
Yes, sir.
rotting away, and we got to force their hand in it. Because I agree with what Dr. Saldana said. Hey, don't project any kind of prosperity.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, we're working on that. What else? Also on the urban county side, I oversee that as well. For this, this year, it's not next year, but for next year, we simplified the urban county budget. It's going into one street improvement pod.
which
That would be
is
the rest of 10th Street.
rest of 10.
Yes, 10th Street, and there may have been, I can't remember which one was the other one.
And he shifted the urban county. You want to touch on that?
Yes, and for this,
Yeah, because remember they were going to be delayed and that impacts the traffic for the school.
yeah, I'm gonna give you an update on the one we're working on right now on the 10th Street project. It's moving really, really fast, at least the portion.
Those guys are, man, I
It's
mean,
crazy. I
didn't realize it was horizontal drilling, and I talked to a couple of those guys. He didn't look like he was doing a whole lot anyway, but he I guess he was waiting on something. But
Quality control.
See, I thought
They're
it
just sitting
said safe. It said safety. It said safety.
They're just sitting.
but well, he was waiting on somebody else to move. You know how government operations work, and so but the way they drill that horizontally and then connect those pipes and then just shove them underground, it's just no wonder it goes fast. I thought, well, heck, man, this isn't as hard as I thought. Of course, unless you ask me to do it, but
Yeah,
and
and that does cost more, but we're not paying that rate. When we hired the contractor, he
I
said,
thought we were gonna be digging up streets, and it
well,
was gonna
that's
be
that's the scope that
piles
we
of
gave him.
dirt
He said,
everywhere,
he
and-
said, no, he says, I prefer to do it this way. I said, well, we can't pay you that way. He says, I don't care. It saves me time. He says, so I'll give you the same price, but I'm going to do it this way
yeah,
because if I can get out of there quicker, it's better for me.
move
as
on to
well.
another job. Yeah.
Yeah. So, that costs almost double of what trenching does. So he moved really quick from 491 to Florida. He should, I think yesterday he said he had 8 more services to connect.
Do they? How does the line get from Florida to Capisayo? Does it go under the canal? Does it go through the bottom of it?
Right now we go over.
Over the water.
Yeah. Yes.
Under
so-
the bridge.
next to the bridge.
There's a pipe sticking out
Mhm.
right now, PVC pipe
At the canal or there?
at the canal.
Okay.
They marked that. That's where the fish are.
That's where the fish are.
Not when I was there.
So we haven't, the goal was to get through up to Florida. and just redo that section before school starts. He should have connected, he's connecting right now, I think, to Florida, to the what, right before it goes over the canal, sorry. We haven't determined if we're gonna keep going over or if this time the new line's gonna go under the canal. Whatever works best and is cheaper, we'll do that.
Is there anything preventing, I know you said that the whole water line's gonna get done first, then we come back, but is there a way to start on the street as
Yes,
the
we
line
are.
is progressing?
And that's what
Do we
I'm.
have to wait until?
That's the update and the change that we just
Good.
did this week. Urban County is gonna participate in the 10th Street project to some extent, or $200,000 worth of asphalt, 2-inch, the Urban County program, right? So it only, only the asphalt. So that would have gotten us from 491 to Ohio. But when, as I'm working through the project and I'm coordinating with them, and, I call them a few times a week and like, hey, we have the plans, you wanted the bid forms, there they are, when are you gonna advertise? He says, well, we're gonna advertise in end of July, maybe August, and maybe we can issue a notice to proceed in September. I said, okay, this is what we're gonna do. I said, you already environmentally cleared the entire 10th Street from 491 to Maryland. I said, I'm just gonna get y'all out of the way. You start over there in September if you want to. What we were supposed to do in-house from Ohio to Maryland, now I'm gonna switch it to 491 and Florida. So as soon as he's done installing the services, which we should start the paving process next week. So that's what we're gonna do.
Weather permitting.
So,
Squeeze it in between hurricanes.
yes. We may, once we cross the canal, the water line's not gonna move any slower because it's the same contractor, but the paving process, is gonna go a little slower. But, so with that being said, if this guy decides to do the boring again, keep doing boring, then we're good. If he decides to start trenching, I may just have to pause and coordinate it with the Urban County window, so we don't end up like with the Capisayo where it's not paved for a month and then we get rains and it causes. But the section from 491 to Florida is going to be done before
school district.
Yes, sir.
All right, so just to make sure, because I may have lost somewhere here. So we're gonna finish what's currently being worked on, and they're not gonna let the project for the rest of 10th Street until after October?
September, and that's what the schedule with their so we got to advertise 2 weeks.
I understand
Yeah.
that. No big deal. You don't have to explain why. I get it.
Yes, sir.
I just want to get the dates in my mind.
Yes, sir. That's the dates I got from them.
And again,
I
that's
said
gonna
just-
cover from Florida the other way.
I said, just give me the end, the notice to proceed date when you can issue that.
So that is still, that road is, that 10th Street from the canal west is still a major thoroughfare. So what I'm gonna request is that the PD get involved with the contractor. I think we left it up to the contractor.
For the.
I really didn't care for the way that they didn't mark off which way to go.
The
We
traffic
didn't-
control?
Yes.
Okay.
I showed up one day and, oh crap, it's just a single lane, right? Thank God that the people acted nicely and got out of
Yes.
the way and stuff, but I don't think that's the way to operate. So we need to come up with signage and everything that says, hey, detour here, unless it's only gonna take a couple of days.
Right.
Are we only doing an overlay for the rest of it, or is there gonna be
No, we're doing.
significant work?
It'll be a reconstruction.
Okay, so it's gonna take a few weeks.
Yes.
So we need to come up with a game plan, not just
So we're, yes.
leave it at the niceness of the people. There needs to be
Including sending
signs.
notices to those people.
Yeah, well, it's gonna be the whole school. Everybody's gonna drop off at the high school. So they all use 10th Street. That place is packed. They drop off at junior high, so they're gonna have to do something for the school there on Ohio. I don't know what it's called now, junior high or whatever, Graham or whatever. So there's gonna be a program there for dropping off, because it's gonna affect them if we're gonna send the people to this street to cross over, to get onto Florida so that they can drive the rest of the way to the school if they're not gonna be able to use 10th Street. Does that
Yes,
make
sir.
sense?
A
We might
detour,
even
a
have
detour,
to-
yes, sir.
We might even have to, I don't know, maybe have that information out there while we're out there at those back to school events as well. Just
Yeah.
be
Yes,
prepared for that, because, the first few days of school, everybody's running late, so it's best that they understand before
So Public Works and,
it's gonna be an issue.
Yeah, so have them meet sooner than later to have a game plan so that we can, like Joe said, or Commissioner says, put it out on the internet, put it out at programs, stuff like that.
yes, sir.
Thanks, man, appreciate it.
Speaking of Capisayo, the paving process begins Monday.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Weather permitting.
Weather
Weather
permitting.
permitting.
And this is still precinct 1, or is it a private contractor?
No, precinct one.
Precinct 1.
Precinct one.
So just real quick,
Yes, sir.
I know, are you done already?
City manager wanted me to touch on some software items.
I
What-
just
go
wanted
ahead,
you,
sir.
before you finish, just real quickly, cover some of these pieces and permits and revenues and bill inspection, just real quick, just kind
Yes,
of an overview. Cause like Dr. Saldana was saying, it's not all about what goes out, but what comes in as well, so.
Yes, sir.
ahead.
Let me get my
So
other,
we tripled new residential construction permits, 605 up from 236. We're about even on commercial, and then I don't know what other permits is, those are taco stands or
That's
what.
underneath. If you look at the. it's
so other
covered.
permits
But,
is,
but
it-
the revenue is down, you know, it's. So I wonder,
Oh, that's year to date.
that's year to date.
That's year to date.
correct, but year to date, we're 3 times what we were prior year total. 605 year to date permits on residential compared to 236 all year last fiscal year.
So it may be the type of permits.
Right.
yeah.
They're not all created equal. Some are
Right.
$25, some are 200, some are
Yes,
500.
and in new residential construction, we're not saying that we had 605 new homes that were built. We're saying that's every permit that goes into a new construction. So it's mechanical, electrical.
It's like 5 permits each, right? Something like that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But it's still, it was the same thing for 2022, 23, 5 per place.
Right.
So we still had the increase.
I mean, we
Yes, sir.
still have more activities, my point.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Look
More
at the
activity.
inspections.
Yeah, I know.
That's what I was looking at.
Almost double.
And that kind of validates the need for the third inspector, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're way busier now.
Got how, what did the city manager want you to cover?
Some software items we put in the budget for online applications for permits, building permits, every type of permit, business licenses. Also with some software to do the electronic inspections on the tablet to make it easier. We do it now, but it's like a browser on the tablet. We're using the browser instead of like the app, which makes it easier to do on a mobile device. The content manager, which that's going to be a citywide thing. We use Encode for planning and for billing. With the content manager, that's citywide. That'll allow us to upload pictures and documents to anything that is Encode. So our inspectors will now be able to take a picture and actually put it on the Encode database. If I go in there, anybody wants to check a permit, I can go see the pictures or documents, and that'll help us out with the finance side with POs and electronic approvals instead of paper.
Is that behind a firewall or is that public?
That is on Encode.
Intranet or internet? So anybody can see them.
Well, are you talking about the online permitting?
Right. Well, the stuff that you're talking about.
Well, some of it is just internal stuff, right? Like
Okay,
the content manager, it's for us here. But yes, for the online application for permitting, yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir. You'll go in there, developers, contractors will create an account. Now they'll just go to their City of Mercedes permitting account and apply for as many permits as they want if they're a regular builder or developer in the city. Makes it easier. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, you can give online at the church. You'd think we could do that too.
Sorry.
Do they have that? Cash App?
We need their payment processing.
They're not putting it in the basket anymore.
Yeah, no.
Cash App.
There's some other, but I think Public Works is gonna cover some of those things that we,
Big Daddy, there you
that we're planning on, the bigger, capital outlay projects, paving and, or mile one, anything y'all, if y'all have questions on anything that, mile one or paving.
You know, it's been a while. What,
We're at the end of the right of way issues and ready to.
They're
What?
acquisition stage.
We're in acquisition, so,
Spending,
Count-
spending part.
the spending
That
part.
takes about a year.
Yeah, so it's a process.
We're
It's
well into it.
sending out the first letter, the second letter, then the appraisal and see if they respond or not, and then you negotiate with them, and then if not, you take it to the board that's in the county that handles
The
those.
time has been shortened from the original 8 to 9 years it was supposed to take to maybe 3 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So,
So do you want to touch on while you're up there, you've gotten notifications on some of the grants and what they're gonna cover, just what, already in the pipe? They've
yes,
already
sir.
heard it once before, but just to make sure we
Yes,
tidy up.
sure. Let me get that list out. Got a whole bunch of lists.
I know you're going over grant. I got some for that.
Okay. So on the water well, that's a, almost a $500,000 grant from the Bureau of Reclamation. That's a Department of the Interior. And then we have 150,000 from the county as well. So we have about 650,000 in grant monies available to us towards the well project, which we estimated to be at around $1.75 million for that well. We recently hired an engineer for that project, Meldon and Hunt. They're evaluating the data and the existing well, and they want to, they're approaching this a little differently than from the original scope when we submitted to the BOR, of just going and digging a well and that's it. These guys want to evaluate the existing well and see if we can get more out of that one. The thought process is if we can get more, 50% more or whatever out of this well that you have now, well, then let's do it. And then, we'll still dig another well, but we don't have to spend as much. Maybe you dig a $500,000 well and then you save some money, and all we have to do on the existing one is put bigger pumps in there. So we're going through that process right now for the water well.
We get more bang for
what
our
was the
buck.
total amount from the county? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry?
You said it was 500 from
150,000
Okay.
County.
from the county. Yes, and 500,000 from Bureau of Reclamation. Then we have the GLO grants, 1 million each for FEMA, the FEMA dome, and then the Mercedes lateral, which actually that project is about to kick off. They actually went out for bids on, the first phase of that one, which will begin at the Collier Park on the north side, where we built the first
Has any
detention.
dirt moved on that project yet?
No, they should probably be going out they're out for bid now or here within a week or two. They're gonna clean out that ditch that's there. They're gonna put in so it was part of cleaning out the ditch and then installing a 60-inch line through our pump station and reconnecting our detention ponds that we built a few years ago. So that'll give us more capacity, and then they're gonna expand the crossing at. I
Is
don't have a map with-
the 60-inch gonna be enough flow compared to what we were getting out of the open ditch there?
So it's separate. So from I spoke to the engineer.
Oh, so we're gonna have both. The
Yes, we're
ditch
gonna
is
have
Still
both.
gonna be open,
Yes.
but in addition, we're gonna have a 60-inch line.
Yes.
Okay, all right, so now it brings up a second concern.
Yes.
If the choke point for that, so that travels south, correct?
South. Yes, to that South Mercedes
So
lateral.
doesn't it choke on the other side of our main, where it runs behind the Ramirez property, once it crosses the canal?
As we're headed
as you're heading, let's say you keep heading south, you pass
Yes.
all the Little League parks.
Yes.
The big 20-acre-foot retention pond that's there bleeds into the
Yes.
next canal. But that canal is
So
already,
that was the next thing I was gonna mention, is we're up, the crossing is gonna be upgraded. If you're talking about the crossing at, Maryland and 14th,
Yes.
14th, yeah.
that part of this first phase will be upgrading that box, a 5x5 box, so
okay,
there's no choke point there, if that's the one you're talking about.
right.
And then we'll continue
there's
to
gonna be a
clean
5x5
and expand the ditch going
And they're
south.
gonna continue to expand the
Yes.
ditch going south to the arroyo.
South to the Arroyo, and then the second phase where our, grant kicks in with them is acquiring that property south of 14th to make a bigger detention pond. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
That's gonna add capacity plus.
A lot, yes.
Yeah, I didn't wanna create more flow, I mean, I do, but if it's just gonna choke again.
No, we're
at
expanding the
at
crossings.
14th Street.
Yes,
pues,
sir.
¿Pa qué?
No,
Okay.
vamos a.
I didn't
expand.
realize it was going that far across.
What's there right now? A 2 foot, 3 foot?
No, it's probably a 4-foot, 5-foot canal.
Hey,
No, I'm talking about
the crossing,
the
Oh.
culvert under the road.
it's small, now it'll be a 5x5 box.
Yeah,
Five,
but what is 5x5 replacing?
I'll,
Or is it just earthen? Is it just a
no,
hole?
no, there's a crossing there, but I don't know what size it is.
No, but it's not very big.
We'll get you.
It's not very, there's obviously a choke point there
Yeah.
right now, even now.
And the box itself, being square, is gonna
Yes.
do more than the round.
Then a pipe. Yes, sir.
Water flows better
Yeah,
through
yeah,
squares.
yeah.
Beautiful.
Awesome, man.
Yes, sir.
We did capture a lot of water, but again,
It's gonna get better.
Yeah, the outflow is still scary, man. You know, after those 5 inches, if we get another 3 or 4 within that week, it would have been not so good.
Then we have the EPA grant
Thank
for
you.
the EPA grant for the sewer expansion from the sewer plant all the way to mile 2. That was an earmark from about 2 years ago from the congressman's office. I'm in. Plans are just about done. It's just now we're kind of like the mile 1 project is now we got to go and acquire the right of way
And this is where?
on mile 8. I'm sorry, from the sewer plant
the
sewer
Yes. plant?
to mile 2
To mile 2.
east.
Yeah.
See, expanding the sewer to that entire area, so it just opens it up for development right there. But now we got
Sewer infrastructure for undeveloped property
sewer infrastructure, yes, for existing and
and undeveloped.
and undeveloped, yes. Yes, we're actually gonna serve some of the people. There's not a lot of people there, but we're gonna serve.
Down that road.
Sí, poquitas. But that'll expand, I know there's a few developments on both sides, on the Shorts and then the Rupert's property that they're actually waiting on this project to,
Yep,
you know,
expand,
to
yeah.
greenlight their
Yeah.
project. So it makes sense.
Yeah, I
You know,
ran
Rupert's
into-
got an 800
yeah,
lot
I
development
ran
ready
into
to
Dick
go.
and his wife, I mean, his daughter, and both of them were the same day. We're just waiting. So.
We're waiting on that, yeah.
Hey, just real quick on grants before Ruben goes, because I know he had a lot of concerns about this as well.
Yes, sir.
So I ran into our grants guy, Mr. Garza, and I proceeded to tell him that about our park situation. I said, "Hey, where the hell's our grant?" You know, and I understand that a couple other commissioners called him.
Right.
He told me there, and he says, "Dude, I'm pending information." I said, "How in the heck can you be pending information if it's due August 1st and we're in the middle of July?" And he just said, "Look, you know, we're waiting on the city, some engineering stuff and everything. So I don't like to ambush Albert." So I gave him a heads up. I said, "Look, man, I am not happy with our communication system, the way it works. If we have a grant like that," and I put just as much on the grant guy as I did on Albert, and said, "Look, I don't give a crap if you guys have to meet every day.
Yes, sir.
But this thing about turning in grants, turning in information on grants the last day, we shoot ourselves in the foot every time we do. This has to be a priority. Somebody has to be on it. Of course, Mr. Perez does what Mr. Perez does. Yes, sir, we'll take care of it and everything, and I get it. But I want to make sure that from him down, that everybody understands that we cannot be waiting on those things. If we have to hire out, I mean, we went this thing with the ruined cement, right? That cement that got ruined. Well, we find out at the end of the year, oh, well, I needed manpower to do it. Well, it was,
Gee,
somebody needs to tell us. So
We've given them information on that one. Yes.
I just want to make sure, well, I saw emails. I saw a lot of, that's what right? Because I always ask for backup, right?
Yes, sir.
So when we need to answer stuff quickly, and it's not just that one. I had a conversation with the congressman's office as well. I'm just saying we need to be more forthcoming when we have a project like that. And I think we've done this. We've done this with buildings. We're doing much better with our inspections. We're not getting those comebacks where, hey, you didn't tell me I needed a fire hydrant. So it's the same thing now with this. I think that if we have something coming, kind of like that GLO meeting or that meeting that we had with
Yes, sir.
on that deal, where if somebody even has a little part in it, they need to be a part of
there.
that meeting. And if somebody needs something, we need to get it. We need to set deadlines. This information needs to be done by 5 o'clock tomorrow. Period. No, hey, okay, we'll get to it. You know, well, you heard me, right? Where I said, no, you assign it to somebody, you give them a deadline, and then you follow up with it on halfway between the deadline. But it's for me, this is not the only, we're going to go after a lot more grants. So the other part of it is, and that's why I had this conversation with Dr. Saldana earlier here, whereas if we have ideas for grants, they all have matches. So
Yes.
that's another thing is, and I know Mr. Pettis doesn't like it because it's money, but if we have ideas, we need to have them today. We need to put them out today for grants. If we want to, like, you all already know, I've made it very clear what I would like to see happen at the Civic Center. I want to see everything moved. I want to see more parking so that we can do more venue stuff there, right? I want to see lighting at the Dome. I want to see tracks at the Dome, parking at the Dome, you know, all that stuff. And I know that some of that stuff's in the works, right?
Yes, sir. If, all those
Go
things
ahead.
that you just said.
Go ahead.
The project for the lighting at the Dome has been awarded to light up the first section of the fields. And that's through Urban County. That's been awarded. It's at
It's a $500,000 one or?
no, that's
It's
about
100 and something, right?
150,000. The items that were submitted to the grant person for the park grant, which is up to $750,000, and then you got to match that. It's not reimbursable.
The
so
20%?
It's seven. Well, it's 750 us and 750 them. I
Oh,
think that-
okay, 50-50.
Yes,
50-50
yes.
for a total of 1.5.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. So what we've submitted to the grant person is just what you said, expanding the
Engineering.
parking at the Dome, and then more lighting and some of the trails. There's some, and maybe some.
We sent them to engineering.
Yes, we send them the cost. We send them the conceptual map. We're trying to set up a meeting with the actual grant administrator for Parks and Wildlife. And then at the Civic Center, just kicked off them in the lighting project. Marisol was there in Public Works this week to get it all lit up there at the amphitheater area and all the outlets that we need for our events. And
Is
then-
that grant funded or
No, that's park funds.
in-house park funds?
Yes, it's a good thing we have that park fund.
I do have one question for you. Is there any way that we can also look into in the future, any possible grants that would help us with the renovations of our civic center? Maybe even as far as, because I had always had an idea to, maybe now that we're going to use the amphitheater, Mayor, a little bit more, maybe also to like, maybe paint out the outside, just kind of remodel that whole building, because I know it's been there for years. And I'm just curious if there's any kind of grants for that, or if
I
we
can-
can look into something like that.
Yes, we can look into it. Yes, sir. Well, like the lighting controls for the new design will be inside the Civic Center. And we were talking about some of the stuff.
That's why it's so important that you bring it up today, because I think we're probably close to being tapped out on matching funds for this coming year. But if we want to do that and go out for a grant, we'd have to put it in,
For next.
for next year's budget and say, hey, we need to line out
Let's do
whatever.
this. And right now I'm pending an estimate for the parking at the Civic Center too. So we have a layout of about 150 spaces
And Mayor,
at the Civic Center. I'm just pending a cost estimate for that, see where that's gonna land, and
only because
if we
I
can
think
squeeze
that
it
that,
in, we'll. But it's
Only-
the lighting first, sorry.
Yeah.
We just started on the lighting.
Only because I think that the Civic Center could be profitable for us. I mean, it's another source of revenue that we can utilize. You know, I know that Casey Hall just did their part. They're trying to get back up, and we have event centers throughout the city. But I think that we can compete and produce revenue that way. I'd also, just for the sake of ideas, I was also telling somebody the other day, because I had a painter approach me, that we could paint a mural on the outside of the Civic Center facing towards the amphitheater, a collage of sorts, you know, just something that makes it more attractable whenever we have those events. You know, I know Dr. Howe's not here, but his famous think outside the box theory, you know, this is where it applies. So it's something that definitely, you know, I'd like to just see
Yes,
if there's
sir.
something that we can do, because those things, the dome, the lighting, all of that is going to help our rec center. It's going to help the parks, all that. And that's where I think we can produce more revenue. You know, it's more attractive.
Yes, sir. And it's the lighting, and Mr. Perez, we also touched on cameras at the Civic Center. You know, we're gonna see if we can add some cameras around the Civic Center as well with this lighting project.
And just to be clear, the lighting project for the Civic Center is going to be, or it's going to include the back where the community garden's at.
We're doing the front, which is gonna be nice, and
Yeah.
then in the back, we're gonna do something more budget friendly.
Now, you say front, where would that be? Huh?
I'm sorry, by the amphitheater,
By the
The
amphitheater?
main area.
the main area. That's gonna,
The thing is
we're gonna
that
have
we
controls on those things, and for the tree lighting and things like that.
That's cool.
We're getting rid of the tree lighting switch? Yeah.
Hey, don't be giving out the secrets, man.
That's super important, man.
You know, speaking of lighting in that area, we should also eventually, maybe further down the line, in the next few years, look about lighting along the, what is it, Old 83 by that point? On that area, Mayor. I'm talking about from where the Sonic is all the way to the bridge. Because that area is pretty dark. And I noticed that during the Christmas activities, that's where we have people that park along that way. And it's a little dark in that area. Something to consider.
That's one of the reasons that, which is what I'm talking about on the grant funding. And that's why we're going light on the cameras in the back, is we need to start looking at restructuring the whole park to create parking so that they're not parking on Expressway. Maybe even picking up land nearby, but if we could potentially, we can potentially get rid of not get rid of them, but redo the basketball court somewhere else, get rid of the pavilion, make parking there, move the planted area also. That one actually can stay, but, so there's all kinds of options that they're looking at, but it's gonna take
Well,
studies.
I would tell you, Mayor, that we could even maybe over there by the Sonic, we could even look at maybe, I'm with you. I don't want to destroy trees or anything like that, but we could clear out some space and maybe move a basketball court there across from the Sonic, maybe even include a volleyball court of sorts, because I know Sonic doesn't have one. So it goes twofold, right? Because people are going to go to the park more, and then from there, you have Sonic across the street.
Get thirsty.
Exactly. It's a benefit, and it's a win for everybody. It's a win for the citizens. It's a win for the business right there. And it's a win for us, because that sells tax revenue that will come back in.
Yes, sir.
So you got anything else on grants stuff?
No, sir, unless there's something I left out, sir.
Just have to think
Alright, so
outside the
go ahead and,
box.
Take a break for lunch. We'll take a 30-minute break. Think, or if everybody wants to eat at their desk, how y'all want to do it? Because it's up to y'all who's gonna leave earlier. I'm gonna have to take off in a little bit anyway, so. Well, there's no quorum. Did Jacob come? No, all right.
We'll
Well,
agree
all
to go
right, so let's take a break, 30-minute break.
All right.
You ready?
Ready?
ma'am?
I'm ready.
All right, so it is 12:30. We're back in session. 12:32. I'm sorry. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. On behalf of the library, as far as personnel, we asked for one more part-time employee to help out in our children's department for the next fiscal year. Aside from that, I guess the big things you'll see is on like historical committee. I did ask for a larger budget for them. As you know, we're trying to get that certified local government. They do think that that will become a reality probably within the next month or two. I have a training scheduled for them in September where the staff will be coming from Austin to train us here in-house. But as part of CLG, I know there's going to be things that come up, like new trainings that they have to take to stay certified. And I'm sure that there's going to be some grants that they'll want to apply for, other things. So I did add some funding for that board. Travel and training, I also increased it. We didn't used to go to any trainings, and now we have been going, but I would like to take more staff to trainings like the TLA or my digital navigators. There's digital navigator conferences that we've never sent them to. So we wanted to, add to that, so hopefully we can send more staff out.
They've earned it.
Training. Furniture and fixtures is also one that's on increase, and that is because number one, we want like a book repair machine. Right now we glue stuff together. So this one will it's a big machine. You just put the book there, it melts, and it's ready to go and stuff.
Wow.
So that's one of the things we're asking for. We're asking for like diaper changing tables for both our restrooms, things like that. So we put that into the furniture and fixtures. Software and licenses. I've added one more thing, which is called, oh wow, right now I blanked out on this name, but it's for reading log, summer reading program, Beanstack, sorry. And so that'll allow us to have reading challenges throughout the year, not just for summer. It allows for fundraisers. So we're trying to get that software incorporated. And also generally all our software tends to go up every year. So we just added that increase in there. Aside from that, I guess the only other one is books that we were trying to add 2,000 more to the budget for our books. And those are really the only increases.
I'm just curious, buddy. So what goes through the process when you're selecting new books for the library? Like, what are you looking for when that happens?
So obviously we do look for bestsellers and things that people are recommending, or we try to pay attention to what's been promoted on like Good Morning America or things like that, because people do come in asking for those titles. So we try to have some of that in our collection. Aside from that, like we'll try to pay attention to the award lists. There's a lot of like Texas awards lists, or some for kids, a 2x2. The school district also lets us know about the Battle of the Books titles, so we try to incorporate those. And then on top of that, we'll take patrons' requests, or we'll look at our collection and see, like, we've been weeding it out, so we've been seeing titles that we need to pull out, that they're too old, and then we try to update them with newer material. So those are some of the things we do.
Perfect.
Well, thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you.
Yes.
That's good. Keep up the good work. Who's next?
Public Works?
Public Works.
Oh, here we go.
Just the highlights, ma'am. Just the highlights.
Mayor, Commissioners,
How you doing, bro?
Perez. If we may, we should start out with the capital outlay. 521840-10. We do have spec a John Deere tractor, which will be utilized with the boom and shredder, which will be utilized to clean out some of our gullies, some of our canals. Our fuel tanks that we currently have,
Your what?
our fuel tanks that we
Okay.
currently have, our diesel and unleaded fuel, those tanks are pitted. They're beyond repair. A lot of rainwater getting inside of them. It's pretty much fouling up a lot of our vehicles. Item 3, I expect a truck for our streets division. We also expect a 4-seated gator that will be utilized not only for utilities, but also for a lot of events that the city has, that we can utilize it for those events. A line stripper that'll be used for not only for parks, but it'll be used to do a lot of parking lot striping as well. And one backhoe that we desperately need. It's with the extended boom. The current backhoes that we have, they're out, I'm not gonna say they're outdated, but they're pretty much beat up. Very old tractors, older than 10 years old. So we're in desperate need of a backhoe. Going into parks, we do have specialized a landscaping trailer, where we can keep all of our landscaping gear, tools and so forth. Have it ready, set up for dispatch. So that's what we have in capital outlay. If we go to, under the maintenance section, 528-2545 paving, and coating, we do have planned to, reseal, pave mile 2 west, Camino del, Verdad, all the way to Llano Grande, all the way to their entrance. Just the center portion of the street, not the full street of the street. Just, it was done very poorly, so we're gonna just hopefully just do that center portion. Sidewalk repairs. I spoke to Mr. Ramirez. We had some ideas on redoing some of the sidewalk repairs on Florida Street, Florida Avenue, I'm sorry. I know they're trying to get some easements, so hopefully we can go in and get those sidewalks repaired. How we doing with those we're doing good? Awesome. So if we do that, I'm sure Florida Avenue will be looking 10 times better, redoing the sidewalks. We did have a contractor come in yesterday to look at the roof here at City Hall.
Before you move on, I'd like to mention on street improvements, Mayor and Commissioners, we have the Mile One East project. That's, we pitched in this year, 554,000. We're doing it again next year. We also have the CODA programmed. That's about a $350,000 job. Just wanted to add to the street improvements project. It's not in his list, but it's programmed. He did mention that he's gonna touch, getting to Llano Grande, the entrance and all that. They've asked if we can repair the street. We can't cover it this year, but he's gonna patch it up, make it look nicer, hopefully take care of the potholes that have been recurring back every time it rains. There's a problem there.
Yes, sir.
So there are funds allocated to street improvements. They're big ticket items. So we wish we could cover more in the smaller areas or the smaller streets, but we're focusing obviously. Mile One East is actually programmed, and they're asking to $1 million this coming year. We're gonna try and do the $500,000 in the beginning of the year and see if we can push the second $500,000 to the following year, fiscal year, beginning of fiscal year.
I got a question in regards to know that you're, I'm sorry.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to
He
mention.
didn't have them, yeah.
You just want to mention that they're part of streets, okay? So
Well-
it's not that he's just spending,
Yeah.
what is it, 150?
150,000.
150, there's additional funds tied to street improvements.
I just wanted to touch something now that we're on that topic.
Yes, sir.
You know, you were talking about on the way to Llano Grande. I've driven through there. There's parts of the street. I don't think the whole street needs to be repaired.
No.
That's my opinion.
That's what he's saying.
Just center
But
portion.
there's
Just
certain
center
parts.
portion.
So I know that I've seen in the past where, let's say that you have a section of the street that's pretty bad. They'll usually go in there, cut out like the square portion of it, and then they'll repave it, do all that fun stuff, right? Or they'll reconstruct that little area.
Yes, sir.
Are we there yet? Do we have that type of equipment so that we can start doing that across the city?
Yes, sir. We just purchased a hot box patcher machine. As a matter of fact, we're just gonna do one. We've already started cutting the outer portion of 3rd and Washington, I believe, or 6th and Washington. I'm sorry, but weather hasn't permitted for us to remove that portion, so we can go and repave it.
Okay.
So yeah, but we've already done one
good
so
stuff.
far already.
I'd like to make sure that we can, when we do those repairs, that we also put that out there for the public to see that, you know, these are things that we've invested in, because in the past we've had to outsource. Now
Right.
we're able to do it in-house, so that's pretty good.
If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Martinez, I think Mayor Pro Tem Saldana, I believe he posted it in the one of his last
Articles.
articles. That is correct.
And
Not a lot
price.
of people read the paper, so, yeah,
Okay.
being honest.
We'll put it in.
It's a technological world. Ain't that right, IT?
But yeah, this will be our second project, and our goal is to do one a month. You know, it's
Okay.
So that's our goal.
Yeah, no. It's just because like I think one that you brought up was 6 in Washington. That was one of the areas that's pretty bad.
Yes,
You
sir.
know, and around that school. But that's where that would, we'd be able to do that instead of having to cover the whole street. So
Yes, sir.
Don't forget, we're paving Capisayo Terrace. We're doing 10th Street also. So there's a lot of funds moving into streets.
A lot of ones.
for sure.
A lot of
I
projects.
just think like there's areas where I don't think where that would probably just and then especially now that I think about it, you have situations where you have the water breaks, right?
Yes.
And so you guys have to go in there, like for example on I think it's Michigan or Hidalgo. Over there by the Nuestra Clinica, I know there was one leak and it's still there. Like, this is 3 months ago, and it's still not patched. It still has a little
Caliche.
blocked off area. You still got to go around it, and so those are things that I want us to make sure that when we do those things, we don't forget. We go back, we patch it up,
Yes, sir.
because we still have that obstructing a portion of the street, and so I just want to make sure that we're utilizing that as well.
Yes, sir, indeed.
Go ahead.
Did it?
Any bigger equipment you covered it? The tractor, the vehicle?
I covered all the capital outlay,
Okay,
Mr. Pettis. So,
all right. And you've moved in back to the old Public
We-
Works building?
yes,
Everything's
sir,
working
and
there?
it's a beauty. Yes, sir. It's
Not
floor's
temporary
been
housing?
redone.
Did the
We
PD
painted-
leave any mess or anything?
Oh, I don't want to comment on that.
It's been disinfected.
At least not right. Yeah, it's been disinfected. That is
By the
correct.
way,
Yes,
I wanted the commission to know that I talked to Public Works Director. I said, in the future, we need to think about maybe getting a really nice sign, Mercedes Public Works out there, along the roadway.
Yeah.
Just as a,
Excellent.
to show that you guys are there. It's not the
No, it's
PD
an
anymore,
excellent
it's you.
idea. Really good. Indeed.
All right.
Next.
Anything else, questions for him?
No.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Are you all doing parks maintenance, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You want to
Is
cover
the-
parks?
Yeah, just real quick, I just have a
Mande.
question. Like irrigation, do we still have, are we doing automatic irrigation out there? Are we still setting out pipes? How do we irrigate those areas?
We're still putting out pipes for the most part. Depending on what day we're irrigating, now with the water restrictions. So we do go out there in the evenings and.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was going with,
Yeah.
because I don't want them to get messed up because of the
Oh, no.
restrictions, but I think if we put some money into irrigation,
Mm-hmm.
an irrigation system, I just don't know how much they are, and maybe we can do one park a year,
could
or
possibly
two,
do that.
whatever, or maybe all four. I don't know, right? But I would say that's something to look at to see if it's something we can afford to do. If we can't, that at least we look at it for the future. And it came to mind when they were telling me about because I was out there when they were planting all the trees and stuff like that.
Yes, sir.
That should beautify the area, but the only spigot of water is all the way on the.
Bless you.
I don't
Thank
know
you.
why. I don't bless you. I don't know what it's doing out there, but the spigot of water that they have is almost going to the entrance of the rear of the park. So I'm wondering if there's even bigger. I don't know where they're getting the water from, but
Mayor, I can take a look.
Especially since
take a
we
look
got
at
to
that.
keep those
Yeah.
fields,
but I think
Indeed.
yeah, I think
Irrigated.
I know you got the equipment to take care of it now, because before it didn't matter because they were redoing everything a week before, right? Well, now you guys got the right kind of mowers,
That is
tractor
true.
trailers to get them out there. You got all that going on. So the next level is to fertilize and water the grass
Yes, sir.
yearly, cut it, all that stuff. So
I'll
it's
look
just
into that,
something to
Mayor.
think about.
Yes, sir,
Mayor,
indeed.
can I touch on two items real quick?
Yep.
In regards to the maintenance, now that we're talking about fertilizers and all that stuff, I hope that we're planning to keep the grass in our baseball fields, maintained. But now that we're gonna put lights over there in the dome, we're gonna have, I guess, used for soccer and football. In preparation for that, we should also look to make sure that the fields, you can use them, right? Because sometimes I know when kids practice there, you have parts of the field that have holes in them. I'd hate for a kid to get a foot stuck in there or break a leg or break an ankle because we're not taking care of that. So I want to make sure that we're also looking at that as well.
Okay, so we're maintaining the fields I mean, we're mowing them at least once every 2 weeks. I mean, so we're on top of the baseball fields.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
I'm
just-
saying like as far as the dome, because that's gonna be, I mean, we're putting up the lights for a reason,
The walking,
right?
the field areas of the dome.
Yeah, because we're putting up the lights for a specific
Right.
reason. I want to make sure that the field is gonna be, we're gonna be able to use it.
They need a little bit of work, but we can get them up to par.
And now the second thing is, we had somebody in the last meeting come up, talk about the equipment or the play equipment at the parks. Have we looked at that? I know there's, is the Civic Center, is it still sealed off or what's going on with that?
No, it's the restrooms are sealed off. Apparently they had some kind of vandalism sometime back, so they're still sealed off.
Okay.
But as far as the fields are concerned, the walking trail, they're in fairly decent shape.
Okay. And the last thing I'll just leave on, and I've always talked about this, was I'm glad that we're focusing on our main parks, but we can't ignore the little parks that we have in our neighborhoods. I know there's one park in front of Commissioner Garcia's house where we grew up. I don't know if we put attention to the little parks, but we do have parks in our neighborhoods. I want to make sure that we're also giving that same attention to those parks as we do our two main parks, because I think it's important.
We'll do, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. So, thank you. Anything else sticking out
sir.
that we need to know
Nope.
about?
That's
All right,
it.
brother.
Don't
So-
forget, he's got sanitation, he's got mechanics.
Well, then let's knock
How's
it out.
that going? How's the mechanic stuff going?
They're doing well. I mean, they're being bombarded. I mean, it's
there's
a big
two guys
department
now.
that they're taking care
Yeah,
of.
well, there's two guys, plus contractually, I think we took care of you by, giving you more contracts. I think you got more people to deliver stuff, so we're not waiting for things anymore.
That is
and
correct. Yes, sir.
So, is that working?
It's working great.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Do you guys have tools?
Yes, sir, we do. Yes,
No,
sir.
I'm
No, no,
I mean,
No, no, seriously, they
They-
bought it. They did it.
Furnished
last-
by the
I'm
city.
just-
Yes,
That's a
sir, we do.
good question.
What am I asking?
It's a
Because when
good
we first got
question.
here, they didn't have.
Mr. Perez and I were just having the conversation just yesterday. As a matter
Do
of
do we
fact.
have like a bay system set up where you guys, if you guys
Yes,
need
sir.
to do oil changes, things
As
like
a matter of
that?
fact, we did forecast, or it was a part of our wish list to have two new lifts added,
Okay.
but hopefully we can go and revisit them at the beginning.
So we're getting a full legit Public Works.
Yeah.
Sir. How about anything sticking out? I'm trying to get us out of here as soon as possible, but
No, sir. I
on
mean,
the sewer,
we're good.
water sewer plant, everything
As a matter
going
of fact,
good?
I was talking to Commissioner, Chief Campos. We do have a meeting tomorrow or Monday with the irrigation district to just go over some of the canals, just to make it more accountable, see who's accountable for maintaining those canals. So. that'll
And
be on
then
Monday.
whatever you do, when you all finish that meeting, archive it somewhere, have everybody sign off on it, because in 5 years, everybody forgets who it belongs to.
Yes, sir. We'll do.
So, what else? That's it?
That's it.
All right.
Do we want to touch finance, any big ticket items that you want to go over with her? I mean, I know we didn't start off the meeting with where our budget was last year versus this year and where we are.
I think even if you just come give us the increase, not of everything, but the total amount increase of where we're at on the budget, if you have it,
Making her nervous.
yeah, you'll be fine.
You'll be fine.
Dr. Saldana isn't here, so.
My
Commissioner
voice
Martinez,
went shaky.
Commissioner Martinez is trying, but it's, not safe.
I don't know if
No,
it's
I'm
because
making
it's a
up for
Saturday.
Dr. Howe.
It's Saturday and I don't feel that nervous.
So all we're looking for really is not to put you on the spot on everything, just, cause I know that we've steadily increased our general fund budget.
Yes, we did.
That
and
would be a good-
actually, yes,
Uh-huh.
we increased it this year by 1.9.
So we're at what, almost 15 now?
16.9.
16.9?
Yes.
Well, it's still being worked, that piece is still being worked on because I'm trying to manage the, what we're taking from reserves and that it passes the smelt test, not only with the auditor, but the financial advisors. There might be a point where before this year, we take some funds from the reserve so that we make it a 2-year approach instead of doing it all next year.
Yeah.
And so we have specific projects that we can target with that.
So it may or may not be 16.9, it may be 15.9, and it-
Yes.
Yeah.
okay, so at the very least, it'll be 15.9 increase of, I think the first year we were here, it was like 12 point something,
Yeah.
and then last year was 14, close to 14, and now 15, and it's going in the right direction. I just wanted to make sure we told those numbers. And I think that you got the full support of the commission and what you guys have done, Albert. I think the budget looks really good. That's what I'm trying to say. So how about on reserves? How are we doing in reserves?
The reserves is really good right now. I'm projecting to end up at 7 million.
We started at,
We started at, well, when you came in, you
Negative
started at,
500?
it was like a 1 million, and then it went up to 2. Last year, we ended up at 4, and then this year, we're hoping to end up at 7.
And then I have
That's the
one more
forecast.
question, instead of dragging you through a big old presentation. The enterprise fund.
The enterprise fund, we started from 0. So this year, I'm estimating to end up at 2 million. There's, of course, there's like some stuff that is coming up that we need to fix, but the projected, ending up balance for the O2 is 2 million.
So my question is very targeted, right? And if you don't know, that's okay. I know, but I think you've been in there long enough, right? Where we were subsidizing, where the city was subsidizing the enterprise funds,
The general fund.
is that
was
still
big.
going on?
No, not
Okay,
anymore.
So on top of this, we're no longer in the negative of
Yeah.
what, okay.
So we used to be in the negative, and now since it started last year and this year, O2 is been contributing to general fund 300,000, kind of
Okay,
like
good.
a payment back.
Right.
So it's 300,000.
I thought we told the city manager not to do that, but he's been known to. But I'm glad, not listen, I'm glad he didn't listen to us, so.
So for this year on the budget, I included it as well, the 300,000.
Against
So I
our
think
will,
we're-
that's awesome.
Yeah, I think it's in a good direction,
No, that's a very good direction. I just wanted to make sure that we read that
So-
in here, that's what's happening.
so
Because
Yeah.
the situation with something like the utilities being subsidized by general fund, in the audits and the financial reviews from the Standard and Poor's and Fitch's of the world, they look at that.
Yep.
And if you say you're gonna pay back from utilities X amount a year, they expect to see it. And if they don't see it 1 year, they highly question it and say, what's wrong?
Yeah, it should be doing it. It
Yes,
should
so
be
you have to, once you start, you can't stop, and you have to continue because you said you're gonna do that.
Yep.
And so there's sticklers for that, and so that's a fine line we have to walk. and-
Well, I think when all those discussions were happening, I don't think we saw ourselves having $2 million within 2 years.
Correct.
I don't think it was there. So kudos to all of y'all. Hopefully we keep controlling this and it can only go up from here. But
Well, and keep
honestly,
in mind that the water rates are increasing again this
Yeah.
October 1st.
right.
So, there's gonna be like a small increase on that as well.
So we've been very engaged the last several weeks, and actually since last month, with the financial advisors and with the water rate study guy, Mr. Snowden. They all have to match, because the financial advisor looking for validation, verification of the increases and what's the expected revenue, and that we're there. And then the water guy that did the water, he has to stay in touch with us and the financial advisors to make sure what's the next step and what are we doing, and are the projections still correct?
Right.
Anything changing, because everybody's looking at us, not just from those guys, but from the outside also, and saying, what are y'all doing? Are you making improvements or not? And are you on track? And so she's been pretty good. I mean, in supplying all the information they need to be able to have them and analyze and certify it going forward.
Perfect.
But kudos to her for a short period of time that she's been doing
Well,
that.
thank you for taking up the flag. We appreciate you. And I just had some really pointed questions. Thank you for doing that. I don't know if anybody else has anything, so. All right, thank you. Appreciate it. Good job. And then honestly, I've got to leave and I don't want to, but I hate to drag everybody in again tomorrow, or I don't think there's a need for that. I think, from what I see,
have it
correct me if
tomorrow.
I'm wrong, commissioners, I don't see any huge, either, obviously there's some windfalls here, thank God. but I don't see any huge deficit. It looks like you guys are way ahead of on track. Or I think the last time we had one of these, you were still 3 million away or something like that last year.
Well, to be honest with you, Mayor, I think we've covered a lot of ground here today.
Yeah.
And I just want to say one thing that, because I don't know, future's very uncertain, but I'll say this much. At this point, from where we started, those of us that started in the beginning, I want to just give a big kudos to Mr. Pettis, your staff, your department heads, everybody. For those that were here in the beginning of this journey, we were in bad situation. And to hear all the stuff that we're doing and just all the positiveness today, it just brings a smile to my face that we are moving in the right direction. So, Mr. Pettis, thank you to you and your staff, to Marty, to everybody, all your department heads. Thank you all for your hard work. We appreciate that. And I have no doubt that we can get this budget passed soon.
Yeah, so we're gonna forego, if you guys are okay, the parks, I mean, not the parks, but the dome and all that stuff, and what we can do, unless something's sticking out that y'all don't know, that y'all wanna tell us, we can wait till the second pass, and then they can do the presentation then, okay?
Yes, sir.
Other than that, do I have a motion to call this meeting?
Motion to adjourn, Mayor?
I have a motion by Commissioner Martinez, second by Commissioner Garcia. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, all those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. God bless you guys. Enjoy your weekend, and thank you for all your hard work, each and every one of you.
Thank you, guys.
God bless you, Mayor. Mayor, just a question for clarification. Tomorrow's meeting is canceled?